Morning, everyone, and welcome to the House Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs. We have 5 bills that we have scheduled for public hearings today, but before we get to those, I would ask you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Right here. You can't sit from here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay, the first bill scheduled to be heard this morning is House Bill 51. And to introduce it, I would recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Wendy Thomas. Representative Thomas, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I so look forward to the national holiday that is called Cannabis Day in New Hampshire. I am here, for the record, I am Wendy Thomas and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce House Bill 51, which is an act relative to hemp-derived cannabinoids and the definition of cannabis and therapeutic cannabis. Essentially, this bill would allow ATCs to buy third-party hemp products containing non-intoxicating cannabinoids to use in their products. The way the law is currently written, an ATC must make products from what they grow. By allowing the purchase of third-party products, it can cut down on expenses, which could then be passed on to the patients. Many therapeutic cannabis patients actively seek out products that are higher in CBD and other non-intoxicating cannabinoids as a way to manage their symptoms. House Bill 51 addresses the need for therapeutic dispensaries to access a broader range of cannabis-derived products that can then be used to support medical treatments, while also ensuring regulatory oversight and safety. By expanding the definition of cannabis to include non-intoxicating cannabinoids such as CBD and other hemp-derived compounds, the bill provides alternative treatment centers the opportunity to incorporate a wider variety of therapeutic products. This is particularly beneficial for patients seeking specific cannabinoids that may be less likely to cause psychoactive effects, but still provide relief from conditions like chronic pain, anxiety, or seizures. This bill ensures that these hemp-derived cannabinoids and any cannabis concentrates or infused products manufactured from them undergo thorough testing for contaminants and cannabinoid profiles. This helps maintain high standards for patient safety and product consistency. Additionally, the provision prohibiting the use of hemp-derived products containing TC over 0.3% ensures that these therapeutic products remain non-intoxicating, aligning with the therapeutic use of the dispensaries. Overall, this legislation allows dispensaries to offer a more diverse range of products, ultimately improving patient access to the most appropriate and effective treatments. It strikes a balance between expanding therapeutic options and maintaining strict regulatory control to safeguard public health and the integrity of the medical cannabis program. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Thomas? Representative Polazov.
Sorry, I'm a little bit slow this morning. You mentioned Cannabis Day. Was it a joke or is it an actual thing? Cannabis Day.
Oh, it's a joke. It is not an actual thing, although I kind of wish it were. But no, it's a joke because you'll be seeing me all day long. This is the day they schedule cannabis bills.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions that are more semantic in nature. Removing seeds from the text, why is that necessary?
Because the federal government has declared that seeds are not cannabis because they have they don't have enough THC in them, so they're sort of agnostic. So seeds don't really fall under that definition.
So it's not possibly becoming intoxicated.
You can't take seeds and get intoxicated. Is that the question?
Right.
Yeah.
In any manner.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative McGrath.
How would the testing for contaminants work?
Oh, everything that goes into a dispensary from a third party would be tested at a state lab. And they have protocol for that right now. And then everything that is created, every product created from that third party, even though it was tested priorly, it would be retested by the state lab. There's a very strict process that's followed.
And so the person
Follow
or
up.
the company, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, follow up.
I wasn't going to say it.
so I just say follow-up?
Yeah, just request a follow-up
Okay,
if you want
sorry.
to have another question.
Sometimes you can do this.
And the company that's buying it pays for the testing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Other questions? Yes, Representative McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you believe that I strongly support this legislation because it distinguishes between recreational use of marijuana and medical use? And we hear a lot of negativity about marijuana recreationally, and we don't hear so much about the medical use. So I think that this is very important legislation.
Thank you, Representative, and I would absolutely believe that you believe that. So for the record also, I should have put it out first, I am a therapeutic cannabis patient. I use cannabis on a daily basis for pain control and for cancer-related symptoms. You will never see me intoxicated because that's not why I use cannabis. I use it in microdoses and it controls my pain, it controls my symptoms so that I can get to work and show up and do things like this. So I believe that's an incredibly important distinction. We are not talking about adult use here. We are talking about therapeutic use for patients. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is former Representative Jerry Canard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I passed around the testimony for all of the bills that we have that affect the therapeutic cannabis program earlier. But I also passed around a little fact sheet. We had put this together because we have a show and tell table downstairs at lunchtime. No free samples, though. But that we have a little handout that's a little more abbreviated from this. But I realized, again, there's such a turnover that many people may not know much about this program, because it came in 2013 statutorily and then was effective in 2016. So the point is, this gives you some issues. For example, the quality testing. Everything gets tested. And the point of this bill is that things will be tested if they come from outside as well. I serve, first I was a state rep for 6 years. I serve as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, which was instituted in 2019 and statutorily charged with medical oversight of the therapeutic cannabis program. And it's composed of the DHHS medical director, a therapeutic cannabis patient, a representative of an ATC, and 10 different medical providers in different specialties. The issue is that we do support this bill. We voted to do so because cannabis is a complex herb, has over 70 cannabinoids and over 450 chemical constituents. The most common one we all think about is THC. That's the intoxicating one. But there are many non-intoxicating cannabinoids as well. The one the most commonly known is CBD. But there's other variations as well. And they all have different therapeutic benefits, sort of the mix of these plus the things that give the smell, which is called the terpenes. Those together have unique effects for each individual. An herb is different than you go to the drugstore, you get your lisinopril. It's one molecule with a bunch of carriers. That's it. These are kind of fashioned together to give different effects. And the point is that CBD can be very helpful for patients, or other non-intoxicating cannabinoids can be very helpful. And as Representative Thomas said, the goal in therapeutic cannabis is to get a therapeutic effect without the troubling side effect of euphoria. Because if you're an 80-year-old who's got pain and it's 2 a.m, you get up to go pee, you don't need to be stoned. It's just not going to work. So the bottom line is we don't want euphoria. We don't want sedation. So in any case, we need these other non-intoxicating cannabinoids, but because of the significant costs in growing that are imposed upon our ATCs because of the degree of security and indoor grow facilities and so on and so forth, that's all in place because of the intoxicating nature of THC. But these non-intoxicating cannabinoids don't need to be that way, and hemp is federally legal as long as the concentration of THC within the hemp is less than 0.3%. And that can just be grown out in a field without all these requirements. So it's a lot cheaper to produce, and it's a good source of CBD and other non-intoxicating cannabinoids. And we need those to be able to mix with the THC to make the cannabis-infused products and the oils and so on and so forth that are sold by the ATCs, because, again, the different effects are needed for different people. So the hemp, since it can be grown much more economically, will allow us, I'll wrap up, allow us, I was doing a little explanation stuff that took some time. That will allow us to be able to then get that more cheaply, will lower costs, and that will allow the ATCs to have lower cost products. And that's important to our patients because cost is a very important barrier for many of our patients. So given the great need for CBD-rich products, we think this is beneficial. We voted 7-0 to support this bill. I'd be glad to take any questions. And again, I want to invite you to just drop by our table at lunchtime if you wish to learn a little bit more. Thanks.
And that thing at lunchtime, it'll be at 12 to 1, 12 to 2, or
I'm sorry, what?
what is the exact schedule of the thing?
Oh,
Say lunchtime.
I've got some people that are going to be setting it up at about 11:30, and we'll knock off about 1:15 or so whenever the cafeteria starts to get empty. And I'll hightail it down there as soon as we finish the bills so that I can be down there as well. So basically 12 to 1, but padded on each end.
Okay, great. Any questions? Seeing no questions. Okay,
Wow.
that was
Okay.
easy, huh? Also signed up to speak is Michael Holt from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services. I've been working with this program since its inception in 2013. The previous speakers presented the bill. I don't have too much to add, except that the department does support this bill. The department believes that the bill will result in increased product options for patients that contain these non-intoxicating cannabinoids, and also lower prices for these products as compared to what would be charged if the ATC were to produce these cannabinoids on their own. As stated, the bill requires all externally sourced cannabinoids to be tested before they're put into a product, and those products tested afterwards, essentially double testing for these third-party cannabinoids. And lastly, the administrative resources for the department, rulemaking and inspections and whatnot, basically to enforce compliance with the law, can be absorbed within our budget. So we have no issues with the bill. We support the bill. And we believe it will help patients have lower cost prices on a greater array of therapeutic products. I'm happy to answer questions about the program, about this bill, and I'll be here all day as well.
Great. Any questions? Representative McGrath.
I thank you. Is the hemp product have all of the ingredients that you're looking for your patients? Or is it do they combine it with other cannabis products?
It would be, thank you. It would be a mixture. I believe there's a speaker from the ATC coming after me. He might be able to speak more to the product offerings. My understanding is that the hemp produces various cannabinoids like CBD, which is cannabidiol, CBG, CBN, and these are in concentrated forms. And so the goal would be for the ATC to produce a variety of products that contain greater levels of them. So a common product would be a ratio product that mixes an equal amount of THC and CBD, or a 20-to-1, 20%, 20 ratio of, 20 times CBD versus 1 part therapeutic cannabis. So there's a whole range of options that the ATCs could make. The point here is that the non-intoxicant cannabinoids can be sourced more cheaply than if they were to produce it on their own. Thus, those cost savings would be passed on to patients for these particular products. Does that answer your question?
Follow up?
Yeah, so I guess the question was, if hemp is so much cheaper, can it all be sourced from hemp?
No, because hemp, by definition, and what makes it legal, is that it has under 0.3% THC. And THC is an important therapeutic component as well.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And am I correct in understanding that the issue here is because of the security that we require of the grow centers, and because we currently require the ATCs to grow everything that they sell, and they cannot source it anywhere else, that because of the limited grow space available in very controlled settings, it's impossible even to have the space, let alone do it economically feasibly, to have the widest range of products available for patients who need different arrays and who need their products tailored very carefully to their own specific needs.
Representative Weber, you're hitting on a lot of the issues and a lot of the components of the program and the regulations around ATCs. Again, a representative of the ATC will be speaking next and can perhaps answer more clearly. But yes, the ATCs currently grow CBD-rich strains of cannabis, but they can tell you that those plants are not as productive, say. So they're not getting as much CBD out of the plants as a THC-rich plant, for instance. And so because of the limited grow space that they have and the cost for operating, each grow room, the cost incentive of growing and producing as much CBD that patients might want is a challenge. And so this would allow the ATCs to source these non-toxic cannabinoids and not grow them and not use their precious grow space to grow the plants that produce these high levels of non-toxic cannabinoids.
Representative Kofal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So following on Representative McGrath's question, this committee heard substantial concerns last year with respect to some of the synthetic cannabinoids, so Delta 8, Delta 9 variants. My understanding is that this bill would do nothing to allow the introduction of those into the medical cannabis dispensaries. Essentially, this would continue to protect patients against the introduction of synthetic cannabinoids into what they're using. Correct?
That is correct. Hemp-derived cannabinoids that contain THC are prohibited under state law, even though they are widely available in smoke shops and gas stations and whatnot. This is a separate effort to allow hemp-derived cannabinoids without THC to be used by the ATCs.
Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Sue Humala from Sam, New Hampshire. Remind us what SAM stands for.
Yes, sir. Smart approaches to marijuana.
Okay.
So I'm Sue Hamola, the New Hampshire chairwoman of Smart Approaches to Marijuana, which is a national drug abuse prevention organization. I wanted to highlight there are 3 important issues to consider when discussing HB 51. Number 1, the federal guidance listed in the 2018 Farm Bill and the 2022 DEA seed letter, the non-standard federal and state definition of hemp, marijuana, and cannabis, and New Hampshire's lack of a USDA-approved hemp plan. The Agriculture Improvement Act, also called the Farm Bill of 2018, authorized the production of hemp, classified hemp as a regulated commodity, and had a provision to remove hemp and hemp seeds from the DEA list of controlled substances. In 2022, the DEA released a letter stating that the seeds containing less than 0.3% THC meet the definition of hemp and are not considered controlled substance under federal law. However, there's still a legal issue regarding the source rule, which is a legal theory used to establish the legality of cannabis material based off its source. It is understood that if the material comes from hemp, it is legal, but if it comes from marijuana, even if the material contains less than 0.3% THC, it is illegal. According to legal analysts, the source rule became less applicable with regard to seed legality of hemp cultivation after the 2018 Farm Bill. However, the source rule remains in effect with regard to the context of hemp cultivation and processing of products intended for human consumption, which HB 51 is intended for. In addition, the 2022 seed letter does not exempt states from having a chain of title for the hemp and hemp material they produce and or handle. More importantly, federal law still uses the terms hemp, marijuana in U.S. code language. Cannabis is only referred to as a classification of the plant. New Hampshire uses the term cannabis, which is dissimilar to the term marijuana under federal law. The 2022 DEA seed letter clarifies the definition of a hemp seed. By using terms dissimilar to federal definitions and using the DEA seed letter on top of that, New Hampshire's legal framework gets a little bit confusing. On another important note, many states have a USDA-approved state plan to regulate the processing of hemp and the production of finished products, to include the products intended for human consumption. These plans also outline the state's hemp sourcing policies to ensure the source rule is legally followed. Currently, New Hampshire does not have a USDA-approved state plan for hemp production. It only has a USDA hemp producer license. So it's SAM New Hampshire's recommendation that the New Hampshire consider aligning their definitions for hemp and marijuana to align with federal U.S. code so that federal guidance can be implemented with maximum clarity, and also be more prudent to outline New Hampshire's hemp production in a USDA-approved plan, which clearly outlines our source rule procedures before moving forward with other actions.
Okay, thank you. Representative Weber.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So, with all of that being said, and I understand your position on what would be helpful if we did it, but it's not the bill in front of us. What is your position on the bill in front of us?
That at this time, do not go forward, do not press ahead with this.
So you're opposed to the bill at this time?
I am opposed to the bill.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Matt Simon with Greenleaf Cannabis. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Committee. Good to see some new faces and many familiar faces. For the record, Matt Simon, I work for Granite Leaf Cannabis. We're one of the 3 companies that's licensed to operate alternate treatment centers in New Hampshire. We have a grow facility in Peterborough and 2 dispensaries, one in Merrimack, one in Chichester. Most of what I was going to say has already been said very well. To partially answer your question, Representative McGrath, we currently offer a number of products that are either just CBD products or are, as was previously mentioned, CBD ratio products. So for example, a fruit chew, we don't call them gummies because to some people that sounds like candy, so they're called fruit chews. If you look at our menu, you can find fruit chews that contain THC. You can find fruit chews that contain just CBD. You can find fruit chews that contain CBD and THC in a 1-to-1 ratio. We also offer tinctures that include THC in ratio with CBD and other cannabinoids. One of our tinctures includes CBD and CBG, which is cannabigerol. Basically, for all the time that I worked on this issue, it was understood incorrectly that the main ingredient in cannabis is THC, and that's the active ingredient. It turns out there are over 100 cannabinoids that have shown great potential in research and in the patient population. So, as you know, we have a Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. A number of providers on that board specifically are very interested in seeing the ATCs offer more CBD and CBD ratio products. So much of the research that's been happening that's very promising is not research into just the effects of THC. It's research into how people are responding to various cannabinoids. So thanks to the federal legalization of hemp, which has created a lot of complications, the feds have not bothered to regulate hemp, so it's fallen to the states, and most hemp markets are not well regulated. So the way this bill is written, ATCs could purchase CBD oil, for example, in bulk. We would have to send it to our independent lab that tests all of our other cannabis products. They would have to certify that that oil is that it's free from impurities and it is what it says it is. And we could then use that oil to make products like the tinctures and the fruit chews that I've just mentioned. So we do currently grow CBD in-house. That's been, I'd hate to calculate the expense of doing it indoors under high intensity lighting versus what's happening. Thousands of hemp producers in the United States are growing fields of hemp and producing these products. We're trying to bridge the gap of the regulation by buying these products that may or may not have been properly regulated. We're going to get them lab tested, and then we're going to have the products we make from them tested before we can sell them to patients. So please support the bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Weber.
Am I correct in understanding that because of the rigorous testing that you must undergo, both at purchase and once the product is formulated, that this is far more controlled and far more in the best interest of patients than the things you can buy in the local gas station, which are not regulated or are regulated, but certainly not as subject to as rigorous testing?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Wetter. There are a lot of hemp-derived products available, some in gas stations. I hope that's not happening as much because that is illegal in New Hampshire, but certainly online. And people are finding these products, patients are finding these products, and they're buying these products. And some of them are working great, and we just don't know what's in them unless somebody's actually tested them. And for New Hampshire patients, having access to a regulated source of cannabinoids, therapeutic cannabis should be about more than just THC, and this bill would help us realize that.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative McGrath.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think Rep. Thomas mentioned it being tested in state labs, and you had just said independent labs. Is that the same lab?
It is not a state-run lab. It is a state-licensed independent lab that tests all therapeutic cannabis produced and sold by ATCs.
Other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is J. Matthew Judge from Temescal, I believe it is. Did I pronounce the name of the company correctly, or?
Turn on your mic.
There you go.
Thank you to the chair and committee for letting me testify today. I am a registered agent of Temescal Wellness. We are in support of this bill for the reasons already stated, but we wanted to come today and support it in person because of what we think of the importance of this bill for patients in New Hampshire. So with that, I'll take any questions.
When you said you only needed a minute, you were serious. Any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you, sir. No one else has signed up to speak. Does anyone else wish to speak on this bill? Seeing no one, I am going to close the public hearing on HB 51. The next bill we will be considering is HB 53. It's not scheduled until 10:15, so we'll be in recess until then.
Representative Thomas and Honorable Jerry Knirk, when you do background information, it's very helpful for us if you tell us who it's coming from. We always prefer to identify our sources so we know. Okay, no, we've got it now, but it's helpful for me, and it's much more helpful for the clerk who is dealing with enormous amounts of paper.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene and open the hearing on House Bill 53 and recognize Representative Wendy Thomas once again. She's a busy lady today.
Not the last time you're going to be seeing me. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce House Bill 53, which is an act permitting qualifying patients and designated caregivers to cultivate cannabis for therapeutic use. I have passed out two documents. One is some background on the cannabis home cultivation laws in New England, and the second one is the home cultivation of therapeutic cannabis legislative history. You're welcome. Done with that. This is not the first rodeo for this bill. Similar bills have been passed by the House in 2021, 2023, and 2024. So why do we need this bill? First of all, cost. Cannabis is not covered by insurance. If you are a patient who uses a lot to keep your symptoms under control, it can be expensive. And remember, this is a vulnerable population. Many of us are unable to hold jobs. House Bill 53 helps low-income, immobile, or homebound patients who need medical cannabis be able to grow their own medicine or to get help doing so. Dispensary locations. There are 7 dispensaries in all of New Hampshire. Not all patients have cars or an affordable way to get to them. Just to put that into perspective, we have 5 pharmacies in my town of Merrimack. Strains. Everyone reacts differently to cannabis strains. What may work for one patient may not be as effective for another. Sometimes the strain that works best for you might be discontinued. Growing that would be a good option. The New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Program began in 2013. It is 12 years old. Since it began, we have learned a lot about the program and patients' needs. Dispensaries have been added along the way with more qualifications to get into the program, and the program has been modified to better suit patients' needs. Since 2009, the New Hampshire House has consistently supported bills allowing patients with qualifying medical conditions and their caregivers to cultivate a limited supply of cannabis. In 2012 and 2019, the Senate agreed, advancing home legislation to the governor's desk. Both bills were vetoed, and the override efforts fell short in the Senate. In 2020, the Senate passed a home grow bill and a voice vote, but the outbreak of COVID-19 prevented it from being considered in the House. What this bill does: HB 53 allows New Hampshire therapeutic cannabis patients or caregivers to grow their own cannabis plants at their place of residence within guardrails set forward by this bill. Patients are still bound by the guidelines of the program as identified when you submit or renew your application. If grown outside, the plants cannot be viewed from another private property. It would allow New Hampshire therapeutic cannabis patients to have and grow 3 mature, which are flowering plants, 3 immature or non-flowering plants, and 12 seedlings, which are identified at 6 inches or less. Patients can grow the plants from seeds, and some of the dispensaries have said that they would be willing and able to provide seedlings. The plants must be kept in a locked and secured location that is reported to the state. The patient must ensure that the plants are secured from unauthorized access. Patients would have access to state labs for testing, or independent labs as well, for testing of cannabinoids and possible contamination, most probably mold. What this bill does not do, this bill does not mean that every therapeutic cannabis patient will start growing plants. Some patients will try and realize it's too much work and will stop. Some patients will be interested and will simply gather information on how to grow cannabis plants. And some patients will simply say, I'd rather buy the flower. HB 53 does not create dealers or suppliers. The therapeutic cannabis program is self-regulating. To be in the program, you must sign a contract that stipulates limitations on how much cannabis we can have, where we can keep it, and where we can use it. We know that if we disregard these conditions, we can be kicked out of the program, or we will be penalized at a higher rate than others. No patient is going to risk that. Again, this is not recreation. This is a medical program for very sick patients. It does not create hidden stashes of cannabis. Growth locations must be reported to the state. So what's happening in some of the other states? In Connecticut, you're allowed up to 3 mature plants and 3 immature plants. In Maine, you're allowed up to 6 flowering plants, 12 immature plants, and unlimited seedlings. In Massachusetts, you can have 6 plants per person or patient, no more than 12. In Rhode Island, up to 12 mature plants and 12 immature plants per patient. In Vermont, up to 2 mature plants and 7 immature plants per patient. So who supports this bill? This has always been a bipartisan bill that continually passes the House. The dispensaries support home grow, and we are ready to roll out classes on how to grow and may even offer some equipment needed to grow. The Therapeutic Cannabis Board voted unanimously to support this bill. It is seen as an economical way to support therapeutic cannabis patients. In summary, the New Hampshire Therapeutic Program has been alive and well since 2013 and is only getting stronger as we listen to patients' needs. HB 53 is a compassionate, humane bill that also encourages business growth. It's time to let patients take control of their health and wallets by allowing for home growth in the therapeutic program. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Representative Weber.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your thorough explanation and walking us through the bill. Are there any language changes in this bill from the way the House passed it in 2024?
Yes and no. And thank you for reminding me. The no is that the text of the bill remains the same. The yes is that page 4, line 27 has the wrong date. It's a drafting error. It should be 2024, 2025. So that's why the yes and no.
Okay.
It is the same text. However, that date needs to be changed.
And could you give me that line number again, please?
Yes, it's page 4, line 27, 2005.
Okay,
But
so
other than the date changes, this is the exact same wording that was introduced twice last term.
so it should say 2025, and we should perhaps obtain an
An amendment
to that
for
effect.
one date,
Okay.
yes, unfortunately, yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the question and for reminding me to say that.
Okay, Representative McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your work. One of the concerns, I think, about this legislation, which again I strongly support, is how you prevent the grower from selling outside of their own use. My understanding is that this is for their own use only.
Correct.
But what you mentioned briefly, some measures to prevent them from selling. Could you expand on that?
I believe Michael Holt will be testifying after me, and he can go into more detail. But when you enter the therapeutic cannabis program, you have to sign essentially a contract that says you will not sell and that you will follow the guidelines. Right now in the cannabis program, there are higher penalties for therapeutic, which I don't think is fair, but that's another discussion, for selling. So if somebody on the street sold and was arrested, they would have one penalty. If somebody is in the program and sold, they would have a higher penalty. And if you sell, you are disqualified from the program. I mean, you could be disqualified from the program, which is most of the patients, if not all of the patients, respect the program and want it to continue. So that's a high risk. And I think it's, essentially self-regulating.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Mazer and then Representative McGrath.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
So having never grown cannabis myself or even been around a cannabis plant, this may be a weird question, but is there a stench or an odor that comes in the growth of these plants that could, like, let's say someone grows it in an apartment building, could that affect other people?
I mean, it's a plant. So
Right.
just like a tomato plant has a smell to it. Again, you're limited in the amount of plants. So it's not, you're not going to walk into an apartment building and say, oh my God, somebody's growing cannabis here. It's a mild smell, just like any other plant. And you have to force the flower, the bud, but you don't get to the flowering. So you're not going to have even a perfume or anything like that. And it doesn't smell, it's an organic smell. It's like smelling hay or something like that. You're not going to get the smell that you smell when somebody smokes it.
Representative McGrath and then Representative Nagel.
Hi, thank you. So I'm a little confused. In Maine, it says a caregiver may serve up to 5 patients. Is the grower, the people have to be in the same house, or can somebody be growing it for patients in different locations? And will that be the same in this bill?
So in New Hampshire, you're allowed to have caregivers. And again, Michael Holt can talk about that as well. In Maine, it's like a hub for somebody who can't grow. You have a caregiver who grows for you, and so they provide the material for those 5 patients. So they're sort of the manager of the cannabis for those patients, if that makes any sense.
Representative Nagel.
I think that this is a question of order. Am I allowed to ask the question that Representative Mazur asked?
You mean the same question she asked? or-
Yeah. Allowed to answer it for her.
Oh, sure. If you have insight into the issue, sure.
Well, I've toured a number of cultivation centers and it smells just like citrus. It's like a lot of the bathroom sprays people use, and it's actually quite nice. It's not like the smoked smell you get. It's nothing like that.
It's actually a lovely smell.
It really is. I was pleasantly surprised,
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Palmer. I mean, Representative Markell, I'm sorry.
You turn on your mic.
Microphone.
Sorry. Thank you for taking my question. So you're mentioning the different states here that have various permit levels for this. Can you talk to us a little bit about the regulations and how they're handling it by each state?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that. I focus on the New Hampshire.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just looking at it and it says Maine has some regulations, Massachusetts, I think it's different. Rhode Island, Vermont, all of them have it, and I was just wondering.
I'm not sure I'm the person to answer that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Representative Mazer.
Thank you. So you mentioned they have a card that they're given. Does that enter them into a registry that the state police can randomly show up and check then?
Yes, it does.
Oh, I'm seeing heads shaking back there.
Oh,
Okay.
that's I was under the impression that there was well, okay. Somebody behind me will answer that question better than me because apparently I don't have the right answer.
Okay.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You mentioned testing, and I'm just scanning here. What is the role of, are the growers required to have their product tested? Or did I hear you say they can test it and have availability to other facilities to get that accomplished?
They have the option.
Okay.
It
so
is
it's an
not
option.
required. And Representative, your bandage is coming a little loose on your head.
Oh, my head will fall off.
Yeah, well,
You're good.
Thank you. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about the growing phase of plants and what's changed from seedlings to immature cannabis. That's line 30 on page 5. My question is, by changing from seedlings to immature cannabis, does that increase the amount of therapeutic cannabis permitted? And if there's an excess beyond what's permitted, what happens to that excess?
so I'm just looking at, your line 30 is referring to the ATCs with 80 mature cannabis plants.
Yes.
So I'm not sure I have the answer to that question either. And so I'm going to defer to someone from the ATC. But a patient would never have 80 plants. I mean, this is the ATC they're talking about, not a patient.
Yeah, I'm sorry I jumped ahead.
So, and that's fine. But, you know, the patient is allowed to have 3 mature plants. So you're not going to get you're going to get a significant amount of cannabis, but you're not going to get, you know, buckets and buckets and buckets of cannabis buds, because the part that most people are interested in is the actual bud. That's where the THC crystals are. So it's not the plant itself, it's the buds. And some plants bud more than other plants.
Other questions? I actually have a question, Representative Thomas.
Sure.
And this is, I know, speculative and probably premature, well, definitely premature, but in looking at the home cultivation of therapeutic cannabis legislative history, it has had, you know, some success on the legislative branch, but it seems like every time it makes it to the corner office, it's been, regardless of party, not received well. Given Governor Ayotte's comments about cannabis, and I know she's mainly focused on recreational, and her law enforcement background, do you have any insight as to what she might do? Have there been any conversations with her at all? Do you know? Or?
I have not had any conversations. However, I remain an eternal optimist. And I know that she has telegraphed that she is against adult use, just blanket against adult use. Once again, this is not adult use. This is therapeutic. The majority of people in New Hampshire support adult use. And so I'm hoping that she might see a bill like this as a nod to the people who support cannabis, but that it would help therapeutic patients. And that is purely speculative.
Sure, no, I understand. She hasn't been there that long, and the bill isn't actually there yet. Again, I'm only prompted to ask the question because I noticed Governor Lynch and Governor Hassan were loath to support it, in fact, vetoed it. So,
which is one of the reasons I keep coming back and I keep putting bills forward like this, because there's so much misinformation about cannabis, specifically therapeutic cannabis. People think cannabis in general is bad, bad, bad. It's a drug, you know. It's got a history of being portrayed as, you know, the devil's weed and that kind of stuff. I keep coming forward and keep talking to people about therapeutic cannabis because it changes lives. This is a medication. It's a true medication that, when it is used therapeutically, can make all the difference. And I've said it in previous testimonies. I'll repeat it now. When I started the program, I was on a pain contract with opioids, and I was given 120 tablets a month to control my pain. Everybody knows that that's not a good situation. It's lifelong. It doesn't change the symptoms. It doesn't change the situation, and you only get more used to it, and then you require more and more and more. When I started the program, I stopped the opioids. I simply didn't need them anymore. So it's a humane bill. It's an economic bill. It helps patients who can't afford their medication. It's just something. And if it doesn't pass, I'll be back again promoting it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is former Representative Jerry Knirk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the testimony I passed around in that little packet of things you have on your desk from earlier. For the record, Jerry Knirk, I'm the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, and I've already told you what it is. I do want to actually echo something that has been said just a moment ago. If we look at our most recent annual data report, 72% of our patients are certified for pain. That's really some of the best data for its utility is in the treatment of pain, and that's where we have the majority of our patients. The great majority are ages 50 to 60. Looking around the average, their median age in this group, you know that as you get a little older, a lot of things hurt. And some of them, you know, you just ignore them and they go away, but some things become really quite troubling for your life. And I'd like to echo also what Representative Thomas said. A lot of patients are able to diminish the medications they take, often particularly being able to avoid opioids entirely. And that's really quite beneficial because they don't have the exposure and therefore the risk for opioid use disorder. TCMOB does support this bill. It's the same as some bills in the past, as has been pointed out, and we support it because it'll allow home cultivation by therapeutic cannabis patients and designated caregivers to help them with affordability, accessibility, and availability of specific strains. Just to clarify, too, caregivers in this state mean somebody who basically handles the cannabis for somebody. Let's say you're 80 years old, you don't drive, your eyes are bad, and your closest dispensary is an hour away. Well, somebody can go pick that up for you and bring it back. And the reason they're your caregiver, they're designated, therefore they will not be charged with possession when they're doing that on your behalf. This is not a setting where we have caregivers growing for other people, and this is not the point of this bill, but our caregivers just help patients obtain it. In any case, we had a listening session about 3 years ago with our patients, and we got a lot of feedback. And the most common concerns were the affordability of the products, the accessibility of the ATCs, and the availability of specific strains, which may not be available from their nearest ATC. The specific strain they might need to treat their symptoms, because as has been pointed out, different strains have different effects for different people. And so that really matters for treating their particular illness. So many patients thought that home cultivation would help to solve this. Again, as was mentioned, a lot of people aren't going to do this. I'm a big gardener. I have a big greenhouse, all kinds of stuff. But, you know, a lot of people don't want to invest that kind of time, or they're in an apartment, or they just don't have a place where they could actually even grow it. So this is not going to be a lot of people, but there'll be some that might do it. At the January 2023 meeting, we reviewed the initial bill of HB 431 and voted unanimously to agree with it, and we've renewed our approval with each of the subsequent bills again. There were some concerns in the past about, you know, there'll be diminished knowledge about cannabinoid content of the home cultivation cultivars. And while that is true, again, they can't guarantee exactly how it's going to grow, but that gives you a good chance for that. I do want to make one point. Up to now, I've spoken about what the TCMOB stands for as a group. I'd like to speak for myself just with one thing. We did not go into all of the weeds of this bill because we didn't want to worry about all that detail. We just support the concept. But I want to point out that there are robust protections with respect to limitations in the number of plants, the registration of cultivation sites that have to be enclosed and locked, and these should make it safe, secure, and controlled and satisfy the concerns of law enforcement. So we urge you to pass HB 53 to allow home cultivation to help patients with affordability, accessibility and availability of specific strains, and I'd be glad to take questions as well. Thank you.
Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question, and I think you already know the question I'm going to ask, but
I don't remember.
you will. So, you know, I support everything you've said up to a point. I think I've certified probably as many patients for therapeutic cannabis as anybody. With that said, I'm not aware of any pharmaceutical that we allow people to produce at home because of reproducibility concerns, risk-benefit ratios, things like that. I appreciate the protections in this bill and all that, but the reason why I don't support it is because I just don't think you can make a reproducible product at home. Tell me, is there any way you can tell me why I'm wrong?
No, but in essence, though, to remember, there's a couple of things about it. You're right, it will not be, well, actually, let's back up a bit. When you get a generic medication, remember the range for what has to be in that is plus or minus 20, which means you might get a one batch one time, and the next batch that only has 80% of what it's supposed to have, and the next one could be 120%. So that's not entirely reproducible when you go buy your over-the-counter, not over-the-counter, your generic lisinopril. So there's a lot of variability there anyway. But also with cannabis, there is no one set dose. A person doses, the rule uses start low, go slow, and gradually increase. If they have a new batch, they would probably do the same thing. They would start with a very small thing and say, "Oh, that's not giving me the effect I need," and tweak it up a little bit more till they get the, say, pain relief that they desire, but without too much sedation or euphoria. So given the dosing that we do, which is a little bit more individualized than what we do when we're treating your hypertension or something like that, not as much of a problem. Lastly, again, is that a person can, if they really are quite sensitive or they're trying a new batch and they're not getting what they want, they can submit it for testing and find out precisely what that cannabinoid content is. It's not an exact science, I would agree, but I would again point out that if we get generic drugs, they're not exact either. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Other questions? Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative. I'm
Forward.
curious to know who goes and checks on the number of plants. Is it state? Is it the providers? How are these? Where are the checks and balances that the physical, knock on the door, go to someone's house and say, "Oh, you've got 5 plants."
And the bill, I do not remember that there is any kind of inspection program at all. But in the bill, it is also noted that if, for example, law enforcement has questions or concerns, they can't just go knock on the door, but they can submit an affidavit to confirm whether there is growth at that place or whether that person is allowed to grow. And I think then once they've got the affidavit and a search warrant, they can go and check. So that can be checked. If there's a suspicion that somebody is growing a lot, producing it, and they're selling it somewhere, law enforcement can follow up on that.
Follow up.
Thank you. So should we be concerned about an FN on this? I mean, is it just so slight that we wouldn't worry about financial burden for
Yeah, since
checking
there's
this,
nothing
or-
in the law that requires the requires the program to go do an inspection, that cost to be minimal. The patient does have to register that they're going to be having a cultivation, but that's a pretty trivial addition. Again, we don't expect all that many people are going to do it. I mean, a lot of people are a lot happier to go there, buy their tomatoes at the farmer's market than to go through all the trouble of growing their tomatoes.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Michael Holt from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. You've asked for 4 minutes. 3 would be better, if you can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I will be brief. Happy to answer some of the questions that went around the table that were couldn't be answered earlier as well. For the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services. House Bill 53, the department takes no position on, but I do want to be here to establish that we agree that this bill will result in benefits to patients due to increased access, increased strain availability, and lower costs. And I want to highlight some of the safeguards and guardrails that are included in this bill. The expressed concerns about home cultivation are usually focused on the increased potential for diversion. Considering the regional access to cannabis by adults here in New Hampshire, we're surrounded by legal states. The lower prices of recreational cannabis in other states as compared to New Hampshire therapeutic cannabis, and the extra penalties for patients who divert, the risk of diversion has greatly diminished since this law passed in 2013. Some of the safeguards included in this bill include it allows only a very small number of plants, 3 mature, 3 immature. Either the patient or the caregiver can cultivate, not both. If a caregiver cultivates, the caregiver can only have 1 patient, not the allowed 5 if they're not cultivating. The cultivation location must be at the person's residence. The cultivation location must be reported to and registered with the Therapeutic Cannabis Program, including any changes to cultivation location. The location must be out of public view in a locked and enclosed space with a size limitation. A landlord can prohibit home cultivation, Representative Mazur, if there's concerns about odor. The department is authorized to share the registered cultivation location with local and state law enforcement upon receipt of a sworn affidavit. That's a lesser standard than a court order. ATCs are allowed by this bill to sell seeds and seedlings to patients. They'll be expected to provide education to patients on cultivation. There are limits about the number of seedlings that can be sold, which align with the maximum number of plants and seedlings elsewhere in the law. The one independent testing lab in the state is permitted by this bill to test samples from patients and caregivers who grow their own. This is not required, but this lab has indicated their willingness and interest in doing so. And the department has the authority to revoke a patient or caregiver's cultivation privilege for any violation of law or rule. So to summarize, the department can operationalize this legislation without issue, without fiscal impact. I'm happy to take more questions, but I'm happy to answer some of the questions that were already asked. We talked about prevention of diversion, and that it's not as nearly a risk as it was in 2013 when the law first passed. We talked about odor. We have a state registry, Representative Mazur, but it is a confidential registry. It's a medical program. State and local law enforcement do have special access to it to verify the validity of a card, but they must meet certain thresholds. They don't have direct access through their cruisers, say. And we field those calls on a regular basis. Your question, Representative Lucas, about is there an excess cannabis produced at the ATCs? That section of law is being changed to align the terms mature and immature. It is not changing the amounts of cannabis being allowed by the ATCs. But to answer your question, there's no market for cannabis to be sold besides patients. So there's no incentive for the ATCs to produce more than what they can sell to patients. The caps in law have never been exceeded, not even close, in terms of the ATC's current inventory. We require the ATCs to have very strict inventory controls, including a seed-to-sale software, which tracks all plants, all products, et cetera. And to the question of who enforces the answer is it is self-enforced. The penalties of being caught producing more and losing your card are serious for a patient. And so this bill does not contain any provisions where law enforcement or the state can access people's homes. However, as I mentioned, there are provisions where we can relay that information of a cultivation location to local and state law enforcement. Thank you for going over. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Several questions that people had, and are there any other questions from the committee? You've been very, very comprehensive. Oh, Representative McKay.
Mr. Chairman. One of the obvious things is the distinction between recreational use of marijuana and medical marijuana. I think the general public thinks of marijuana as marijuana, and that is the department considering anything about public information that would emphasize the therapeutic use of marijuana, because the concern in the legislature, I think, is the use of marijuana illegally and inappropriately, and not so much the support of that very important therapeutic use of marijuana. So it is the department, I know you're a one-man show, but that is the department in a position to publicize some of that major difference, which I think shows up in the legislature?
Thank you for the question, Representative McKay. It's a difficult one. The department was given this program in 2013 as an unfunded mandate. No state funds, no general fund dollars go to support the program. It's entirely self-funded. It is, for some, a controversial program. We have in our department a Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services, which is focused on prevention services as well. So there is there's complexity there in terms of messaging. Historically, over the past 10 years, the department has not publicized or advertised this program. Obviously, we do have a website, that talks about our therapeutic cannabis program services. We have done a number of press releases when the situation calls for it. Like, for instance, when a new dispensary would open. So there is some public-facing, activities that the department engages in. But generally speaking, we don't engage in advertising the program. We would prefer patients' enrollment or registration with the program to be based on a conversation between a patient and their medical provider. We would then provide all the information that is appropriate, to provide. So I appreciate the question. Could we do more? Would I like to do more? Perhaps. But we're in a place where it's a program that serves patients. We educate providers, but we don't advertise the program necessarily. I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holt.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is the Honorable Sue Homola, once again from Sam, New Hampshire.
Thank you. If I could, before I start, sort of answer your question, the reason that there doesn't need to be more advertisement from the state's cannabis program is there is really a never-ending bench of pro-marijuana advocating lobby organizations that are doing yeoman's work on that behalf. I just want to say Sam, New Hampshire opposes this bill. It's well-meaning, very well-meaning, and I understand with regard to medical marijuana users who live far from ATCs or who may struggle with the cost of purchasing product. However, it also represents a clear expansion of the medical marijuana program that has serious issues with enforcement and oversight. We've all heard today that it's the honor system. Plain and simple. It's just the honor system. Currently, the state's program office, the cannabis program office, or even the Department of Agriculture have zero bandwidth to provide any kind of oversight to this program. They won't have the ability to enforce whether or not the marijuana grower is only producing medical marijuana for one of their potential 5 legal medical marijuana patients. They will not be able to ensure that they're producing more than 8 ounces of usable marijuana, or to ensure that they're not making more than $500 in annual sales. In addition, it also does not include any language that would address non-financial in-kind barter payments, which would allow for some potential malfeasance with the law. In addition, the bill clarifies that the names of the individuals enrolled in the state's program will not be disclosed by any agency. And if law enforcement has any concerns about a residence, then they must submit a sworn affidavit, which includes the grower's name and date of birth, which must include, and then the state agency in the language says may confirm if they are a designated caregiver. The state is not compelled to give this information to law enforcement at all. In addition, any warrants the law enforcement may have are protected from 91A inquiries. So even neighbors of an illegal growing operation or a grow operation that's outside of the confines of the program will have no idea of criminal activity in their close proximity. If a person violates the bill by growing more marijuana than allowed and selling it to 4 of their other 5 potential medical marijuana patients or anything else in violation, the only punishment so far is a loss of a medical marijuana card. I know that there's been some discussions about the extra penalties that growers have, but caregivers, according to another law that we'll discuss here, HB 380, it actually says that they get penalized another felony if they sell to non-medical marijuana patients. So just like a recreational user. Well, funny, HB 380 is right now in committee to be repealed back. So in addition, the hopes to eliminate the felony for medical marijuana users who sell their marijuana to non-medical people, when combined with the efforts of HB 53, it hamstrings law enforcement personnel from their public safety mission, and it opens up a huge Pandora's box.
If we could start wrapping up, please.
Yes, sir. Lastly, I'll just say that this also establishes that ATCs can start a new line of business as seedling distributors. This bill allows no limit on the amount of seedlings that they can have. And again, I just want to say that a lot of these bills, as recreational marijuana is diminishing, what you're seeing is a flood of bills to open up for the medical marijuana side of things. Although well-intentioned, at this time, I think that the oversight is too problematic to pass. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Matt Simon from Greenleaf Cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Matt Simon, Granite Leaf Cannabis. We support this bill. I've personally been trying to pass this bill for 18 years. I'm pleased that this committee has passed it many times. I'm pleased that the House has passed it many times. I hope this will happen yet again in 2025. A lot's been said already. I want to focus on, first of all, for us, this is not a bottom line issue. We're not expecting to make money off of selling seedlings. Our team cares about our patients. We care about cannabis. If our patients want to grow, most won't want to grow, but those who do, our staff would like to teach classes on cultivation. We would like to support them any way that we can. This is a pro-patient bill for us, a freedom issue, not a bottom line issue at all. So Representative Markell, you asked about the policies in other states. I want to be really clear about this. As New Hampshire's been debating this for the last 12 years, every other state in New England has legalized home cultivation of cannabis, not just for registered patients, but for all adults 21 and older. Who counts the plants in these states? Nobody. It's the same as home brewing. It's assumed that people are following the law, and if somebody gets arrested and is found to be engaging in an illegal business, that is a crime, and that's treated as a crime. What are the current penalties in New Hampshire? Very important. It is a felony in New Hampshire to quote unquote manufacture marijuana in any amount over 1 ounce. It's an RSA 318B2 Controlled Drug Act penalties. It's a felony for anybody to grow a plant. The bill that you heard about in another committee is trying to repeal a different felony. When we passed the therapeutic cannabis law, we created a new felony that only applies to registered patients and caregivers who violate the provisions of 126X. So currently, it's actually 2 felonies if a patient were to be caught growing, and they could be charged with both of them. The other bill is based on the idea that one felony would be sufficient. So it will be a felony if this passes for anybody in New Hampshire to grow cannabis. It would only be exempting registered patients and caregivers who comply with all of the provisions and the requirements that they report the cultivation location, et cetera. Representative Nagel, you brought up other drugs. I think that's an important conversation for us to continue to have, because when I look at the laws that are on the books, both nationally and in New Hampshire, I don't see a lot of laws that criminalize nature. I think that nature is basically there for people to use unless there is a specific prohibition. Cannabis is a plant that the law in its majesty has seen fit to prohibit. I'm not aware of a law that says I can't go harvest willow bark if that was something I wanted to do and use it as an alternative to aspirin. Not saying somebody should do that, but I think cannabis can be grown reliably in controlled circumstances, and this law would allow for that. And most importantly, patients are not well served by the threat of felony penalties. So, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I totally agree with everything that's been said about access being a problem in terms of cost and everything. Have the dispensaries and whomever sat down, thought about strategies for reducing cost in other ways than this?
Absolutely. We talk about that all the time. We certainly hear from patients. Patients are able to go to neighboring states and see the markets in neighboring states. The prices are lower. So 3 of the bills you're hearing today would deal with the cost issue in some way. The CBD bill from earlier would allow us to produce some products more affordably. The for-profit conversion bill this afternoon would reduce our operating costs substantially. And this is one that on the patient side would allow patients to reduce their own costs if they see fit. So we're looking at from a bunch of different angles, always trying to do the best job we can serving patients.
Any other questions? Representative Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just out of curiosity, since you're in the business, correct? Okay. Can't you ship it to people?
Cannabis or marijuana, is it still
Well,
called
what I'm
federally,
saying
is federally illegal. So we absolutely can't ship anything out of state that would be a cannabis product. Regulated cannabis markets are all entirely intrastate, based on the idea that everything has to be produced and sold in state.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is one of the key issues here that I heard was that people need access because they either can't transport or whatever. And I'm wondering if there's some sort of way that you can transport directly to your customers, and it doesn't necessarily have to be by means of interstate commerce.
So you mean like a personal delivery provision?
Almost like delivering pizza.
Well, there are states that allow delivery. New Hampshire has chosen not to do that, and we don't have a bill on that subject.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Dr. Joe Hannon. Good morning.
Better?
Better.
Wow. Okay.
Very good.
My wife doesn't like to amplify my voice at home, so I'm not used to this. Anyway, I was a member of the 2018 Commission to Study Legalization and Taxation of Marijuana, they called it at the time. And I was also one of the 2 people who was tasked with reviewing scientific articles to bring back to the group to discuss. I'm also a advisory board member for the New Hampshire Cannabis Association. And I'd like to address a couple things that were said. Some of them were brought up already, but I think it's important to reiterate. Section 175(5)B of the production of beer and wine for personal and family use. Just under 200 gallons or more a year is allowed if you have 2 or more adults over 21, and only 100 gallons or less of beer or wine if you're just a single adult over 21 in the household. There are no checks, no registry, no inspections, and I don't think there's been any problems that have been, and I haven't seen any problems. If there's been any arrests or anything going on, I have not heard of it or seen it. It may exist, but we don't see it. And the commission, when we looked at that, we also realized that it was not a big issue. No one really cared about that because as far as enforcing it and who's going to check it, it works for alcohol and beer, for beer and wine. Why mess with it for here? We allow that for recreational purposes. Now we're talking about medicine, and you said that there is no drugs that we allow medicines that we allow people to make, but we do allow people to make a drug. We allow people to make the drug alcohol at home for recreational use. This is something that I think if people were able to make their own penicillin and scrape their own bread and take their own willow bark off to make their aspirin, they probably would, if it was that expensive. You know, we hear about insulin prices and Narcan prices and all these other things out there. We're doing everything we can to lower drug prices, except this. This is something that is important to patients, and New Hampshire has recognized that this is a medicine for patients who need it for their health, happiness, and well-being. Not passing this prevents that at a certain level. And it was discussed that there are certain strains that we can't get for people and patients, certain things that are better for individuals. We have a very limited market because we only have a few institutions that are allowed to make medicinal cannabis. People do go out of state. They are going to go find it from someone else. We have very little on the street in New Hampshire that is being sold from illicit purposes. It's still there. It's going to be for a while until it's completely legalized at the federal level, I believe. But I think this is something that is not going to be a pervasive problem. The amount of people that actually will grow it is way less than we expect. I said people in this room, I'm saying, because I'm not going to grow it. I know a lot of people that would like to, and they're going to start to try it, and then they're going to realize how difficult it actually is to get what they're looking for. I just real quick like to just say that, you know, there's a lot of poisonous plants out there that I could grow a hemlock farm, nightshade, foxglove. I could make a whole row of this stuff in my backyard with no fence, nothing. Kids can walk in, dogs can come and eat it. Perfectly legal. I'm not going to do that, but it's perfectly legal in New Hampshire. We're talking about something that's going to be locked up, secured, just like it is at the ATCs. And I think there's no reason not to do this to allow people to have choice, to be happy, to be healthier, and to be freer as people in New Hampshire. So I beg you to please pass this bill into law, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Adam Mulholland. Mr. Mulholland, you've asked for 5 minutes. I'd prefer it closer to 3. Okay, thank you.
Turn on your mic.
There you go.
Sorry, first time I testified. I'm the exact person for this bill. I'm a patient. I'm a disabled veteran. Before I came to New Hampshire, when I finished my service, I was on morphine and oxycodone for 4 years, and it took my ability to be able to speak and have conversations and interact in the public. And when I came to New Hampshire, I realized we had all this access around us, not necessarily in New Hampshire. So I joined the medical program, and it's helped me tremendously to get off of the opiates and everything else. I, like a lot of people that are in the program, are for pain management, and we're on fixed incomes. It's very expensive to buy the amount of product that we need to help us on our day-to-day activities. Something like this would help offset that cost. Like it said before, many people aren't going to grow it. It's a very, very small minority of people that would do it. This is so helpful for people like myself. I've talked to many people. I ran for office last year, and I was able to go to a lot of doors in my community to discuss stuff like this. And there was a lot of support in my community. So I know it's not just me. I think this would free up a lot of us instead of just having to go over to Maine or Mass or wherever people get their stuff. This is very beneficial. I don't think the plant number is very important. It's a very arbitrary number. Same with the amounts. Most people are just going to want to grow their medicine and consume it in their house anyway. I just don't see. I don't see this as a problem. I don't think it's going to turn anybody into a drug dealer. I don't think it's going to turn anybody into a criminal. We just simply want our medicine, and being able to grow a seed and know that I'm going to get what I need out of it, as far as strains go. If I can find something in those seeds that work for me, I can reproduce it at home. I can clone it, just like everybody else does around the United States and outside. This is super helpful because going from strain to strain, going to an ATC and trying everything is very expensive and pretty prohibitive for people like myself that have the significant amount of pain to manage. So I'm very glad to see this bill come through. I hope that it'll be passed. And thank you. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, Representative Nagel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I'm just curious because I was looking at the bill and all the requirements on how you grow, set it up, you know, everything. Have you looked into what it would cost to do that at your house? To just do the setup, not actually grow it, but.
Sure, I'm familiar. I have friends in Maine and elsewhere that have attempted it and otherwise. Yeah, you need basic things like any other plant would need.
Yeah, sorry. This has to be totally invisible from, you know, the street. It has to be a structure of some sort of fencing or whatever.
I don't think any patient's going to go out of their way to build a structure for 3 mature plants. I mean, you're talking about a very small footprint for something like that. Most people are probably going to pick a room in their house and just use it. 3 plants would take up very small space. It's nothing huge. So I don't think that would be an enormous task to handle. Thank you for the question.
Other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 53. Would anyone else like to testify? Seeing no one, I am going to close the.
There wasn't. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry?
He had his hand up and then he took it down.
Okay, does somebody want to testify on HB 53? Okay. All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 53. We are scheduled to begin the hearing on HB 205 FN in about 3 minutes, so we'll be in a brief recess until then. Okay, I'd like to reconvene. The next bill can be considered, I want to open the public hearing on HB 205FN and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Heath Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. I'm Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And I introduced HB 205 because of a situation that I had talking with one of my constituents. So this constituent, they received care at the VA. And the thing is that because of the federal illegality of cannabis at the federal level and the fact that this constituent went to a federal doctor, they weren't able to get certification for therapeutic cannabis. So that meant that they had to then look for a third-party physician and pay out of pocket in order to get their certification. I broke my back when I was 16. I've had multiple surgeries. It cost me $50 to get my certification. For this individual, it cost them $170. To me, somebody paying 3 times the amount to get a certification, it shouldn't be that way. And if they are going to be paying that much out of pocket, at least we could give them a $50 rebate in a sense, even if they are going to be paying more than twice what I would have had to pay for my certification. However, I have talked to a few people, especially over at the TCMOB, about some of their concerns about this legislation, which I was unaware of beforehand, and the fact that this could potentially cut 10% of their funding. I do think that that's a very notable thing to bring up because it is a self-funded program and it does kind of bring to light whether or not there needs to be additional funding if we want to pursue this type of path. With that being said, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nagel.
The question you don't ask is the one you always wish you asked, so I'm going to ask this one anyways. Can you explain the $170? I'm confused about that.
Yes. So this constituent, because they had to look for a third-party physician in order to get their certification, they had to pay out of pocket because they don't have insurance since they go to a VA doctor. So because of this, they had to pay, I don't know if it was $170 total with the certification or if it was $120 plus the $50 certification fee.
Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Representative Wendy Thomas, who is a co-sponsor of the bill.
Oh, hey, it's me again. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas and I represent the town of Merrimack. I am here to tepidly support House Bill 205. I am a co-sponsor of this bill because I believe we need to begin the conversation of allowing veterans to use therapeutic cannabis through the VA for pain, illness, and PTSD. The VA is currently prohibited from certifying patients for the program. This is true in every state. All patients who use the VA for their medical care and who want to access therapeutic cannabis must go elsewhere for provider certification. Outside the VA system, veterans effectively don't have health insurance, which was what was referenced earlier. So the providers that veterans can find in the community charge a significant fee, which is cash out of pocket. However, many other patients, not just veterans, don't have providers who can certify, and those patients find the same providers and pay the same high fees. These are not ideal circumstances for any patients. I believe our veterans have sacrificed for our country and should be acknowledged. However, if we exclude veterans, which make up a little over 1,500 or roughly 10% of the therapeutic patient count in New Hampshire, we run the risk of financially impacting the program for the other approximately 13,500 patients. In New Hampshire, the therapeutic program is self-funded by the annual and now up to 3-year licensing fees. Removing veteran patients could have the unintended consequence of impacting the program's funding going forward. The fiscal note on the bill says no impact because even though the program revenue would be reduced under this bill, the statutory funding structure means that we would bill the ATCs for the lost revenue. So by their math, it's revenue neutral, but it's definitely a cost shift to patients. So while I acknowledge the sacrifice of our veterans, that the sacrifice our veterans have made to our country, and while I firmly believe that therapeutic cannabis should be embraced as a medical modality for our veteran patients, I am honestly not sure that this is the best way to approach the issue. However, I will leave that decision in the capable hands of this committee. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Sue Hummel from Sam, New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. I just want to start by letting you know from perspective-wise, I've spent 7 years on active duty. I spent 20 plus years as a military spouse. 3 of my 4 children are currently on active duty in the Air Force, Marines, and Navy. I understand the well-meaning intent of the prime sponsor. I think the bill is well-intentioned. However, we also have to keep in mind the alternative treatment centers already offer discounted product for veterans. And if I've read the 2022 therapeutic cannabis program correctly, all of the discounts that the ATCs give, each one of them, it seems, if I read it correctly, is into the tune of $500,000 a year. And I'm sure Mr. Simon could correct me if that's incorrect. The concern that I'm here to discuss is that medical studies are still catching up to the narrative that marijuana is safe and effective treatment for PTSD. A study published in Psychological Medicine, in 2020, suggests, quote, cannabis use is linked with greater severity of trauma-related intrusion symptoms over time. A strong person-led level directional association between PTSD and cannabis use disorder was evident. Findings have significant clinical implications for the long-term effect of cannabis use among individuals with PTSD. Another quote, findings based on the statistically rigorous models utilized in our and other prospective studies do not support the widespread state-sanctioned medical use of cannabis for the treatment of PTSD. For these individuals, recommending cannabis cessation and seeking evidence-based treatment for PTSD may help to improve the outcomes and mitigate the risks of cannabis use disorder. In addition, only this past November does the FDA just authorized a clinical trial to study using marijuana to treat PTSD in veterans. The reason I'm breaking this up is because this illustrates our state's cart before the horse approach when it comes to adding clinical diagnoses on the medical marijuana list of conditions it can treat. We also are disinterested in actually looking at studies that actually over time can prove, like PTSD, that there may be some concerns that we have about saying that medical marijuana is a cure-all for that. Interestingly, in 2013, Democratic Governor Maggie Hassan demanded that in HB 573 at that time to remove PTSD from the bill's language. I mean, this isn't necessarily this is a long discussion that we've had in our state. The state of New Hampshire is already, I would say, acting a little irresponsibly by including PTSD in the list of approved medical marijuana conditions. Our state is currently misleading veterans on the safety of using medical marijuana to treat PTSD, and we should not make it easier to mislead them into thinking that marijuana is an appropriate cure-all by removing the $50 fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Representative Jerry Knirk. I think Representative Knirk and Representative Thomas have a competition as to who's going to speak the most today.
And I'm former, not not active. Yes. So once again, I serve as the chair of the. For the record, my name is Jerry Knirk, and I serve as the chair of the New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. So, the summary of this again is the bill would exempt veterans from paying the $50 application fee for the program, and the card you get is valid for 3 years. This was a fascinating time in our meeting earlier in the month because we really had a hard time reaching any kind of a consensus on this. We took 3 different votes on 3 different motions, and they were all really split. The members were very conflicted because though we support the concept of honoring the veterans and reducing barriers to accessing the program, we recognize the fiscal impact of this bill upon the therapeutic cannabis program, the alternative treatment centers, and the patients. We noted that veterans, even those who have not served in combat, are more susceptible to PTSD, which is an approved qualifying medical condition. Some members of the board, though, also pointed out that other professions are equally at risk of PTSD, for example, law enforcement and firefighters, and they would be similarly deserving. As has been pointed out, veterans do face a specific hurdle because they cannot, the VA docs not only will not certify, they won't even talk to you about it. But there's also other patients that face that burden. Patients of federally qualified health centers and some group practices also are not able to get certified in their practice where they receive their treatment. So this would improve access for those few veterans for which the $50 application is a burden, but the $50 fee is minor compared to the cost of the product, and only some veterans are low income. The ATCs already are required by law to give discounts to patients on SSI, SSDI, and Medicaid, and they all also offer discounts on products for veterans. And again, though the fiscal note states that the impact will be 0, that is because of how the program is structured. There'll simply be a cost shifting of this lost revenue to the ATCs, which therefore goes to the other registered patients. Since about 10% of our 15,000 registered patients are veterans, this bill would yield about 1,500 patients who would be exempt of the $50 fee. They're valid for 3 years, so we'd lose about $75,000 of income every 3 years. But since the program is statutorily mandated to be self-funded, this will result in higher annual registration fees that are passed on to the ATCs, and they will have to pass those costs on to the other patients. So the effect to the state budget is 0. The effect to the other patients is going to be real. So in summary, even though the members of TCMOB strongly agreed with the concept of supporting our veterans and reducing barriers to access, we also recognized the fiscal impact and the cost shifting that will occur, and therefore voted to not support the bill by a margin of 5-1, but with 3 abstentions. It was really a fascinating experience to watch this difficulty because we were all so conflicted. I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing no questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Michael Holt from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. And again, Mr. Holt, you asked for 5. If it's, you could keep it closer to 3.
I bet I can do it in 2.
Okay.
For the
Name
record,
that
my name
too.
is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services. My testimony is going to be very similar to those who came before me, so I'll keep it brief. The department does not have a position on this bill. HB 205 is a challenging bill to talk about. The program supports removing barriers to patients to access the program, including costs and fees. Since the program began in 2016, the program has never raised its fees. In fact, we have reduced fees, we have waived fees, and we have even eliminated fees, going to the legislature to change the law to remove some of the fees. Recently, the program implemented a law change that allows a provider's written certification to be good for up to 3 years at a time. We did not increase our rates. It was $50 for a year, and it's now $50 for 3 years. So every patient on the program has already, within the past 2 years, experienced a substantial cost savings with regard to our the patient application fee. And the program is dealing with a up to 2/3 revenue reduction already based on that policy change. So ideologically, it's challenging to be faced with not being able to support a bill that removes a barrier to access, lowers fees for a certain patient population. So As you know, this would exempt veterans. We know that the current fee is $50. There are 15,000 registered patients on the program. 1,500 are veterans. That's 10% of our population. It's a 10% reduction in our revenue, $75,000 over 3 years, $25,000 annually. The fiscal note, as has been said, states no impact, but that's due to the self-funding nature of the program, which means that the loss of revenue will be passed on to the ATCs in terms of their registration fees. And then if the ATCs or if an ATC can't absorb those costs, those have the potential of being passed on to patients themselves. I just want to emphasize again, no general fund dollars have ever been spent on the startup or the maintenance of this program. It's 100% funded by patient application fees and ATC licensing fees. And just to close, the issue with regard to veterans, they do face a particular challenge, as you've heard. The VA is prohibited federally from issuing certifications to state legal programs, marijuana programs, and this is the case throughout the country. It's a nationwide issue, but the challenge is not unique to veterans, I would offer, and that is people who receive their primary medical care from federally qualified health centers are also federally prohibited from getting certifications from their providers. And in practice, many other patients simply can't find a provider to certify them. Their provider may be unwilling to certify, or they may be part of a practice group that prohibits their doctors from participating. All of these patients, veterans and patients who can't find a doctor, they most often end up seeing a provider in the community who advertises cannabis certification, most of whom charge a very high fee, as you described. So it's, just to reiterate, it's not a unique patient to veterans, although the federal prohibition is a stark one in terms of their access to the program. I'll finish there. I'm happy to take questions if anyone has any.
Any questions? Representative DeLamus and then Representative LaMontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is it cost prohibitive if you were to, say, raise the fees across the board from 50 to 55 for a 3-year certification? Or I'm not sure, is there a way to sort of balance things out so that the veterans would be given a break?
We have rulemaking authority where we can change our fees by going through rules. So while that is possible, it is not consistent with our approach over the past 10 years, which is to not raise fees. One of the hallmarks of our program. We have some pride in the fact that we haven't raised fees for patients, but it is certainly possible. Now that we're facing currently a 2/3 reduction in revenue because of our not raising fees from a 1-year card to a 3-year card, we are facing that proposition. The structure in place, as you've heard, would be for us to bill the ATCs for that. And we would weigh that approach against the approach of raising fees application fees for certain patient groups. If I had my way, I would, and if I, looking at it more broadly, I would be more interested as the program administrator to have reduced fees for categorical financially disadvantaged people, Medicaid recipients, SSI recipients, people on SSDI, et cetera. Those would be my first choice to raise, to eliminate or reduce fees. People who are by their category are financially disadvantaged. And as we know, veteran status is not necessarily a categorical financial hardship class.
Representative LaMontagne and then Representative Weber.
Thank you for taking my question. Did you say that sometimes you do waive the fees, and under what circumstances?
Good pickup. The time that we waived fees was during COVID, where we waived caregiver fees to encourage patients to designate caregivers so that there were opportunities or options in case somebody got sick, they could still access their medicine via someone else. So we tried to encourage the uptake of caregivers by waiving those fees. And in fact, that was the fee that we ended up removing entirely via statute once COVID ended by eliminating the fee for caregivers.
Representative Weber and then Representative Nagel.
I think you actually may have addressed this, but I just want to be sure I've got it clear in my own head. So if we waive the fees for veterans, it's not, am I correct in understanding it's not that the fees go up for other people, but the cost shortfall in the program is passed around to the ATCs, and they in turn may need, based on whatever their financial models are, to raise prices across the board. And that's the way it might impact a cost shift on other patients. Is that, do I have that
Yes.
mechanism right?
Yes, that's how that's how we and other people have testified to frame the issue, that is a cost shift down. But as the other representative mentioned, if the program were to raise their fees for everyone else, then perhaps that cost shift down to the ATCs wouldn't be as great.
True. It could be either way.
And I would also offer that, it's $25,000 a year split between 3 different companies, so it may not be significant. The ATCs may be able to absorb those costs. So it's not necessarily the prices will be increased. However, they may not be able to lower their prices as quickly. And as we've seen, cost is a great barrier to accessing the product. And so it may not be a one-to-one. We have to raise our prices, but they may not come down as quickly. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Representative Nagel. All set. Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Adam Mulholland. And once again, sir, you asked for 5. Please try to keep it to 3.
This will take a minute.
Okay.
I just want to say, somebody like myself, I get seen at the VA, and when I went for certification, I have to establish a relationship with another doctor that I'm not normally going to see. Some websites, if you look online, require 3-4 visits at $150 plus each. Again, this is not a doctor I necessarily want to treat me. I'm just trying to get certification as a VA individual. I can't get it at there. So I don't know how to reduce those costs for veterans. I agree that this bill is somewhere in the middle, and I can understand the split votes here. But overall, at least for veterans, in some cases, we have to incur hundreds of dollars and then a $50 fee just to get our card. And I don't know how to reduce that overall or limit the financial exposure that we have, many of us being on fixed incomes, and this is something that many of us actually need. That's all I have, if there's any questions.
Sure, thank you. Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. This is a would you believe. I'm so impressed that you've been able to find a doctor that only charges $120 for this. So would you believe that most doctors charge substantially more than that? So would you believe that the cost is probably dramatically higher?
I fully agree. I got pretty lucky when I found somebody to certify me, and insurance doesn't cover that. It comes completely out of the pocket. So if it helps veterans in the future, that's what my hope is. So, thank you, Representative.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, which you may not be able to answer. Do you have any insight as to the prevalence of a similar problem in the general medical field? In other words, other than veterans, are there people who similarly find their physician either just doesn't want to or doesn't feel qualified, and they also then have to get another relationship? Do we have any insight as to the prevalence of that?
I can offer anecdotal evidence.
As I said, you may not be able to answer the question.
But I did reach out to like my kids' physicians to see if they would take me as a new patient. I'd have to go through that process, and many of them already said that they would not certify. They didn't feel comfortable doing so. So I was stuck to Google, and hopefully, finding somebody that would do it. But I would imagine other people in similar situations would run into similar events. Thank you for the question.
Other questions? Seeing no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Kevin M. Grady from the State Veterans Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I'm a 27-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. Today, I'm here representing the 20-member organizations in the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're chartered by State RSA 115:A-8. If you want to look us up, you can also find us through the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services website. And our charter is essentially to let you know what veterans are thinking. And our 20 members are organizations that would be familiar to you. The American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars. We even have a couple of motorcycle groups on there, Motorcycle Veterans of America and Rolling Thunder are in our group. I personally represent the Air and Space Forces Association. I'm also our legislative chair, which means I go through all of the bills that are coming before the Senate and the House. And the ones that have veteran impact, we discuss those at our monthly meeting, and we come up with a position, and then I come and tell you what that position is. And I thank you for indulging me, because this is a committee that I don't see very often, to be honest with you. I tend to see, I'm over in state-federal relations and veteran affairs is kind of where I do most of the work that I do. And we're tracking 18 bills going through on this particular go-around. This bill did not garner a lot of what you'd call support when we talked about it. And I would say in opposition is really a stronger word than what we felt. It was more like we just don't support it. And the reason for that is that the legislature has done an exceptional job almost across the board of trying to do things for veterans every single chance that they get. And all of us in that room, when we discuss this, are taxpayers, just like all of you. And all of us know that as a state, we're facing a budget shortfall. Now, I know some of the budget people might say, well, I find that kind of money in the seat cushions of my sofa at home. But to us, number one, we don't want the impression that every time you see Kevin Grady up here, he's got his hand out looking for money for veterans. We don't want that to be the impression that we leave you. And as taxpayers too, we feel like this is one of those ones we can pass on. In other words, this is one of those ones where it doesn't affect a large enough number of veterans that we're as concerned about it. And quite frankly, it doesn't target the kind of veterans for help that we're looking for. The folks with the traumatic brain injury that are never going to be able to work again. Those are the people we want to see the property tax exemptions for and some of those kinds of things. So this was one where we decided that the political capital was more than we were willing to expend, I guess, to use a political term on this. And so we do not support this legislation. And I'll take any questions that you happen to have. I see the representative already has one.
Representative Weber and then Representative Nagel.
So I heard in the course of that lukewarm support, not opposing, and not supporting. Is that, how do I write that down on my notes? Is that no position, or is that?
Officially, I have it down in my notes as opposition. We opposed this bill. That was what the vote was.
Okay.
But the discussion was mostly that we didn't see the need for this legislation in the grand scheme of things, of all the other things that we're looking at, not only this go around, but other go arounds.
Thank you very much
Yes,
for that
ma'am.
clarification.
Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused. My specialty is pain management. I've done a lot of work with veterans over the years. The incidence of pain in combat vets is about 60% of chronic pain lifelong. The most common use of cannabis, therapeutic cannabis, is actually for pain, not PTSD. So what I'm confused about is, it would seem to me that this would be a good thing for managing that element of veterans. And I will say that in my experience, people kind of neglect that aspect of their care. And to me, this is a good statement, wouldn't it be?
I'm certainly not an expert on marijuana. I've never smoked marijuana, even when I was a kid, and it's not just because I'm a goody two shoes, which I am a little bit, but it's also because I grew up in a home with two parents that smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I don't want the smoke in my system. And I understand that there are gummies and other things. And if I got to the point where I needed this, that might be something that I would look at. I think that a better source here, better tack would be to try to get our congressional delegation to work with the VA and see if we can't just get this thing fixed and get this stuff dispensed through the VA. Again, I don't know what the political will is to do that, but that would seem a better solution than this, which we sort of view as a workaround.
Other questions? Seeing no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 205 FN. Does anyone else wish to testify? Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing on HB 205 FN. Our next hearing is scheduled for 1 p.m., which will be addressing HB 301. We stand in recess. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We have two more hearings to be conducted today. The first one will be on House Bill 301, and I will recognize Representative Suzanne Vale for the purposes of introducing the bill. Welcome, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the honorable members of this committee for hearing my bill. Today, I'm Suzanne Vale, and I'm a state representative from Ward 3 in Nashua, which is Hillsborough County 6, and I'm here to present House Bill 301, which is relative to the cultivation locations for alternative treatment centers. If you have the bill before you, I think it's easiest to just look at it and line by line, what we are asking for is for the alternative treatment centers to be able to have additional locations for cultivation only, and these locations can be a greenhouse. These greenhouses would be the same, they would go under the same rigorous town approval before being able to have rules adopted. The department will work with the town government as far as it needs to be during this bill. So you may recall that this bill went through the legislature last year, but it was vetoed by the governor, and he was concerned that it was unregulated at the time. And so his concerns were well listened to, but we wanted to just continue to assert that this bill really is about an additional location, and it's not about imposing this location on a town. ATC would have to go through the rigorous town approvals that need to happen in order for this to take place. And there's a lot of good reasons why this bill would be helpful, but I'm just going to give you a couple of overview, and then I believe that there's a lot of testimony behind me that will make it come into view. So let me just pull up my thing. Sorry about that. So the ATCs are currently required to cultivate cannabis in an enclosed and locked facility. This means they must grow under high-intensity lights, and those are not the same as using sunshine. And utilizing natural sunlight changes the product that we actually can create. Greenhouse cultivation is more economical for many reasons that are probably pretty obvious. The high intensity lights and the energy bills are incredibly expensive, and this gets passed on to the patient, you know, as it's unavoidable. Allowing greenhouse cultivation would also result in more affordable cannabis for the patients who are involved in the program. Neighboring states also allow greenhouses in order to support their medical dispensaries. And with that, I close my testimony, but I'm happy to take any questions that can help the committee understand. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Also signed up to speak is Representative Wendy Thomas.
Like a bad penny. For the record, in case you have forgotten, I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I am here in support of House Bill 301, which is an act relative to cultivation locations for alternative treatment centers. HB 301 would be a beneficial addition to New Hampshire's therapeutic program for several reasons. First, allowing alternative treatment centers, which are ATCs, to operate additional cultivation locations, such as greenhouses, addresses the growing demand for therapeutic cannabis. With more cultivation capacity, ATCs can increase their production of cannabis, ensuring that they have a consistent and sufficient supply of therapeutic cannabis for patients. This would be particularly helpful in preventing shortages and ensuring timely access to therapeutic cannabis for qualifying patients. Moreover, the bill's requirement for input from qualifying patients designated caregivers, and local residents before approving additional cultivation locations fosters transparency and community involvement. By engaging with the local governing body and residents, the bill ensures that the expansion of cultivation is done in a way that respects local concerns, zoning laws, and community values. This collaborative approach promotes trust between the ATCs and local communities, which can be crucial for the long-term success and acceptance of the therapeutic cannabis program. Additionally, the inclusion of greenhouses as a potential cultivation site offers a more environmentally sustainable option, which could lower operational costs and increase production efficiency. This sustainable practice aligns with broader goals of reducing environmental impact while supporting the needs of the program. Overall, this bill helps the New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Program meet the growing needs of patients while ensuring regulatory compliance and community involvement. It provides a flexible, transparent, and scalable approach to meeting demand, all while maintaining the integrity of the program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McKay.
Microphone.
Microphone's not on. There you go.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. Are we talking about one organization with various parts to it, or several different organizations? You've got an existing facility, and then it's expanding. So I just wanted to know if that's one organization or several different organizations.
I believe it's per ATC. So technically we have 3 companies that run the ATCs. We have seven actual physical locations. But these, and it would be up to the companies and the community where these are located. But for example, there's the Greenleaf has their grow facility, and they might put a greenhouse outside of that grow facility or in another location. But this would be per company. So we've got 3 companies. I think, does that answer your question?
Not exactly. What I'm trying to say is that this starts with one organization, and they're allowed to expand. Is the expansion still part of that organization? And is it one board of directors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm hearing it from people behind me, and that is my belief as well. And I'm sure somebody will come up and address that part of it.
Any other questions? Are you all set, Representative McKay? Okay. Representative McGrath.
Hi, thank you. So if this, I can understand how it could save on energy. That's huge. Make it more affordable, meet the growing demand. But it has nothing really to do with the patient location. So I'm just wondering why soliciting input from patients and caregivers is part of that.
I think, so you're correct in that it's grown in, the cannabis plants are grown in a facility, and the product is then shipped to the dispensaries. So it's not grown at the dispensaries, so I think that including the patients is just a good thing to do because they're members of the program and they can give input. So I think that that's the only reason for that. Just it's good practice to include them.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is former Representative Jerry Knert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I'm still Jerry Knert and still chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. And yes, we do support this bill, even though this, in some senses, is not a straightforward medical issue. It impacts our patients, and therefore we thought we should take a stand on it. It again would allow additional cultivation locations for ATCs, including greenhouses. The indoor cultivation, as it is currently required, as we've said, really significantly increases cost because it's indoor lighting, environmental control, all that kind of stuff. Greenhouse cultivation, we can take advantage of the sun, which is really very helpful. I actually have a greenhouse. I've had one for 10 years. You know, it's been kind of cold lately, but last week I was 83 degrees in my greenhouse in the midday with the sun. So you can save some money on heating. You might have to still heat some during the evening, of course. But there's a lot of cost for the lighting and the environmental controls for indoor growing. So the other thing is it's somewhat difficult to completely reproduce the sunlight spectrum. Remember, plants evolved to be able to work with sunlight, not with indoor high-intensity lights. And so sometimes it's hard to get exactly the right spectrum, and you can get some cultivars that may not grow as well in an indoor grow facility as they might outside in the sunlight. The major problem, one of the major problems for our patients is the cost of product. And anything that will help lower the cost will make it easier for them. We do have some of the most expensive product compared to some of our adjacent states. And as has been noted, the facilities would be subject to all of the same rules for security. It would just simply be that it could be open to the sky so you can use the sunlight. As far as soliciting information from the patients, so let's say you're going to have a hearing in the town about whether they're going to allow a cultivation facility, because that's what this allows, is input from the residents of the town. Well, they just know that there's going to be a building over there or there's going to be a greenhouse. I mean, but that's all they know. Whereas the patients, if they are allowed to testify, would be able to say why it's an issue. You know, like I'm saying to you, patients could say the same thing in their town meeting. So that's why that's there. And they're basically the end users, so they have a vested interest in trying to have a good product, which is cheaper. So in essence, again, TCMOB did support this. We voted 8-0 to support this. There was one member who abstained. That's because he's the representative of an ATC, and he felt there was a conflict of interest, so he abstained from voting on this. And I think that's basically it. But I think the issue about the loss of security was really incorrect, and when this was vetoed, it really does have the same security. It's subject to all the same rules. That's right here in statute, in the bill. And so as a result, we think that there's no earthly reason why this should not be allowed to make it better for our patients. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Michael Holt from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Holt. Again, I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services. HB 301 is a bill that the department supports for the reasons already mentioned. The bill is intended benefits would be to lower product costs for patients and increase variety of products to patients. And in both these ways, patients would benefit therapeutically and in their wallet. The benefits of greenhouse cultivation includes lower production costs, due to a lack of reliance on electricity. You can rely on the sun. Also, as Dr. Knurk said, different varieties of cannabis can be grown that respond better to sunlight than electric light. I want to focus on the specific requirements of the bill. I mean, they include, most prominently, these facilities must comply with all local zoning laws. When we get to the question of why do we need to solicit public input, this has been the requirement in the statute for all facilities, cannabis facilities, since the law first passed. So this bill is designed to not change any processes where the department would work with the local town or city where it's proposed to be, have a public hearing, invite the public and patients to come speak. So we're trying to, not shortcut any, or the sponsors are not trying to shortcut any provisions, requirements that have already happened with this, with any cannabis facility. Security-wise, There are no security provisions in the bill. However, there's a reference to our the department's rulemaking authority. That rulemaking authority gives us and requires us to establish very strict security regulations on things like lighting, physical security, access, who can get into the facilities, alarm requirements, et cetera. The security in these facilities is robust. And that should not be a reason to not allow this, as well as we have rulemaking on inventory control and protection against diversion and theft and whatnot. These places will absolutely be secure. The department's regulatory authority is sufficient to ensure ATC compliance with the laws and the rules, and the department can operationalize this bill within our current budget through inspections and whatnot. So again, the department supports the bill because it benefits patients, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Greenhouses come in different sizes. Do you have, or do we need to be concerned about number of plants per square foot, or how is that determined?
The law currently establishes a cap on plants.
Okay.
None of the ATCs have ever reached that cap. Like I said in an earlier testimony, there's a delineated market for this. There's no financial incentive for an ATC to grow more cannabis than it can sell. And so because of that, the caps in current law have never been reached. And on top of that, we have strict inventory controls. The department requires an electronic inventory system, a seed-to-sale inventory system. So every plant, every ounce, every fruit chew is tracked and accounted for. So I think there will be some learning that needs to happen in terms of whether or not we need additional rules for greenhouses, but that's work that the department is able to do. As has been stated, many other states allow for greenhouse grows. We'll evaluate our current regs and update them as needed. I guess I would say one more thing is that this bill does not allow outdoor grows, like in fields that can be seen. It still needs to be in a structure. Yep.
Representative McGrath, did you have your hand up?
So people talking about the security of the buildings, and this is medical marijuana. Is there an abuse potential for the plants that are being grown is that why you need the security?
I'm not sure. I know abuse potential.
Right.
Do you mean a theft potential?
Right. So if they steal it, can they get high off it? Is there an abuse potential for what's being grown in there?
Cannabis, if cannabis has THC, it does produce euphoria. Right. It's intoxicating. And so I believe the reasons for such strict security measures when the program was first established in 2013 was to prevent diversion and theft. And so the same security protocols have been in place since 2013. Obviously now with the surrounding states allowing citizens over 21 to grow their own cannabis, the risk of diversion and theft is much lower, in a regional sense. So perhaps the security requirements that we have in place are too strict. I'm not going to say that now, but we are not proposing to reduce any of the security requirements that we have in place without fully vetting those changes through rulemaking. Does that help? Thank you.
Other question? Yes, Representative Lucas.
With regard to security, how does the shipment between the greenhouses and the ATC, how does that work out?
We have a section of rule on transport of cannabis, lock boxes to ATC staff, unmarked vehicles, transport manifests. The sending entity needs to communicate with the receiving entity before a shipment is taken place, et cetera, et cetera. It's, honestly, we've never had in the 8 years we've been doing this, we've never had an issue with a transport.
Other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also signed up to speak is Sue Homola from Sam, New Hampshire.
Thank you for the record. Sue Homola from Sam, New Hampshire. We're here to oppose this bill. There's some concerns about the language. In the language, it states that greenhouses may be considered. We just heard Mr. Holt state that there wouldn't be outdoor growing. I'm not sure what that means, what that looks like. It looks like the language itself isn't specific enough to describe what type of growing that we'd be authorizing with this bill. One of the things that I have a concern with as well is that as these rules get looser and we expand the medical marijuana program, it opens us up to more things. Like if we start doing more outdoor type of grow or greenhouse grow, Maine's having quite an issue with this. Maine has quite lax rules, and I know that Representative McGrath had some questions about the security aspect. Even with Maine's rules, even with the fact that they have proliferated on their state laws on what they can do for marijuana medically and for recreationally, it still hasn't stopped 200 illegal, Chinese-backed pot cartels from flooding their state and ingratiating themselves in. Whenever you start having more locations for growing, you're giving yourself more exposure for that type of activity. Another one of the things that I heard say already was we're trying to address the growing demand. And as we discussed earlier, one of the concerns I have with the whole slate of bills in this committee in criminal justice is that there is a never-ending onslaught to expand, expand, expand. Let's be clear, this is a Schedule I federally legal drug. When we started this medical marijuana program, we did it under the guise of providing compassionate care. But it gets very clear that compassionate care isn't really the goal. It's using compassionate care to keep expanding the program from what it appears to me. One of the things that I have a concern with is that, it's an open effort this year by one of the leading pro-marijuana associations in New Hampshire. They're openly discussing about their goal this year is to expand the enrollment of the medical marijuana program. And we heard Dr. Knoerk, was talking about how in this bill language that there's a little bit in there for patients to be notified. And really, it's so they can be leveraged to go to their towns and advocate for this. But the concern I have is if the goal is always to increase users, and the legislative calendar is flooded with bills to expand the ATC market production, then the ultimate goal of this program, the New Hampshire Medical Marijuana Program, is not to provide a safe alternative resource for individuals experiencing medical conditions. It's just to make users, to make more people who are using the product. How is that different than Big Pharma? If we have to actually advertise patients, we have to tell people and educate them about the medical marijuana program in case it might be useful to them. And we have to use the patients to lobby towns so that they can help municipalities cheerlead for these efforts. How exactly is this any different than the same reasons that drug reps were giving of why they push OxyContin? It is a federally legal drug. I think that we have long forgotten why we established this problem. Yes, sir. Long forgotten why we've established this program. But we've established this program, and ever since this program's established, it immediately tries to get expanded. And it just is very concerning from a drug prevention standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Mike McLaughlin from Sanctuary ATC. And if you could, you've asked for 4 minutes, sir. If you could keep it closer to 3, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael McLaughlin. I'm a lawyer and lobbyist in Concord. I represent Sanctuary ATC. First point I would like to make, this legislation authorizes nothing. This is enabling legislation, which provides the authority to the Department of Health and Human Services to do what they've been doing for the last 13 years, which is rule and regulate the therapeutic cannabis program. So we're not authorizing anything by this bill, but we're saying with this bill, the HHS TCP has been able to run a absolutely scandal-free program. There's been no issues on manufacture, distribution, or retail since this program began. Every year in the last decade, the HHS has done a survey of the cannabis patients, therapeutic cannabis patients in the state, and the number one issue is cost. And the cost is impacted by several factors, number one being production of product. The price that is charged to the patients today is a result of several factors, one which we'll visit later this afternoon, but the ability to produce product. There are, say, ATCs in the state that literally have to buy product from other ATC cultivation centers because they can't produce enough themselves. So when you look at this bill, the question is, do you trust HHS to do what they've done for the last decade, which is regulate a program that has been very successful? There was testimony moments ago about this being some nefarious plot to create a marijuana culture in the state. What that ignores is that every change in this program has to include other people who are suffering from conditions that they can't get relief from natural or other types of therapies. So to allude to the fact that don't give this program any more expansion is to say to people who are suffering, you can suffer in silence. But again, this is enabling legislation. It has nothing to do with authorizing nothing. If there's going to be additional cultivation centers, they're going to through the rigorous approval of the HHS. And believe me, the approval is incredibly detailed and strict. So when you look at this bill, I don't think you should think of it as authorizing, but enabling. And trust Michael Holt and his department to put together what they've already done, which is a very successful therapeutic cannabis program, which is helping over 13,000 people in this state. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Matt Simon from Granite Leaf Cannabis.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Matt Simon, Granite Leaf Cannabis. We do support HB 301. We supported it last session and we're very disappointed when it was vetoed for all the reasons that you've heard from Mr. Holt and Dr. Knurk. Any new cultivation location would be subject to all the same rules and requirements that are applied to current cultivation locations. These are spelled out in great length in our rules. They include things like having a camera pointed anywhere that cannabis might be present and maintaining video archives going back a certain number of hours or days. It is very robust, and all of those rules would apply to any cultivation location that's licensed under this program. So the main reason for the bill, basically this bill came about because I was talking to some of our staff members and they said, man, it would be great if we could grow some of our cannabis in a greenhouse. We could put it over there. Over there is a different address. So it would have to be a different cultivation location. So we would have to have department approval. And the goal was not to grow more cannabis, okay? We've hosted a few tours for legislators, and one of the rooms we always show them is a huge empty room of nothing. The huge empty room of nothing is space that we have available to expand into. If there was demand, we could already expand into that space and grow more under the lights in the indoor facility. What we want to be able to do is grow some of our cannabis differently than the cannabis we're currently growing. A, it would be less expensive, you've already heard. B, it would create a broader range of products because cannabis grown outdoors is subject to pests and sunlight and stressors that actually make the plant grow somewhat differently. There are some pros associated with that, some cons associated with that. Any of the cons get addressed through independent lab testing. Everything we produced outside would have to be lab tested. Finally, our production staff in particular, they work with plants all the time. A lot of them feel strongly about the environment and wanting to reduce our carbon footprint, and growing outdoors would achieve that as well. We're not trying to grow more. We're trying to serve our patients better and operate more efficiently and bring down costs, which continues to be the number one concern. Happy to conclude there. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Representative Weber.
So thank you for taking my question, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you say outdoors, does this bill permit cultivation both in an outside space and in a greenhouse space, or are you using outdoors as a euphemism for greenhouse?
Now, this bill would only authorize cultivation in an enclosed, locked facility that could be a greenhouse under this bill. We thought about asking for outdoor cultivation, which is legal in neighboring states, and nobody has an issue with that I've ever heard. Their outdoor cultivation is strictly regulated as well and could theoretically be here as well. But since every single bill that gets put in gets treated with so much scrutiny and is treated as a massive expansion of the program, just to put that in context, my understanding is that New Hampshire actually has the lowest per capita patient participation of any state that has a therapeutic cannabis program, with the exception of states that have gone to adult use. When states legalize adult use, patient numbers drop. But of states that are medical cannabis only, we have the lowest per capita patient count. So if that's all we've been trying to do year after year with slews of bills to expand the program, we've improved some things on paper, but this is still a very small and very tightly regulated program, and it would remain so if this passes.
And may I have a follow-up,
Sure,
please?
sure.
And because I was one of the legislators who did get to observe your facility in Peterborough, would you detail for those who have not what your security procedures are there, both for your employees entering and leaving the facility and for visitors who want to visit the facility, just so we know what they are?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It would be hard for me to detail them all because I myself get confused checking into our facilities sometime. You feel like you're walking into Fort Knox. Some people joke that we're regulating cannabis like plutonium, and it does feel that way sometimes. But to get in the building, for staff have to fob in. We always have to have 2 employees in the facility at any given time. So 2 people have to show up and 2 people have to check out. Everybody has to sign in, date and time. And then to get into the area where the plants are, that's a whole nother set of security. People have to put on protective equipment, and there are fobs on all of the doors, and there are cameras everywhere. So if DHHS wanted to, in great detail, find out what we're doing at 10:27 on Tuesday, October 13th, they have a tremendous ability to do that, but I think is in excess of the security measures you'd find probably at any other business in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Bill Bright from the New Hampshire State Police.
Good afternoon. As stated, my name is Bill Bright.
You could put the microphone on, please.
As stated, my name is Bill Bright. I'm a major with the New Hampshire State Police. I oversee our Investigative Services Bureau. I've been assigned this bill, and looking at it from a law enforcement perspective, the thing that I look for are ways that a new law could be exploited. And one of the things that I don't see in this bill is that that this would be limited to New Hampshire alternative treatment facilities. I don't know if that has been thought of or addressed, but I do know that if there's other alternative treatment facilities from other states also looking for additional locations, this could be a door for that, which would mean more of these locations in our state that would not be providing any product to our residents that need it. That would be one thing that I would be concerned of. And I do know that with lack of regulation in other states surrounding us, they have struggled with black market sales, additional facilities being used for black market sales, for getting, they've been purchasing residential homes and using those. And I know there's been a lot of talk about the security and how that would be regulated in this state, but I think that some of that needs to be defined in the language of a law so that those things are not exploited the way that the potential is at this time. So those were the things that I saw with this. Just wanted to provide that perspective.
Any questions? No. Yeah. Representative Drew.
Just to be clear, Major Bright, are you opposing the bill?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 301. Does anyone else wish to? Yes, Representative Knurk. Did you have a question or? Sure. A microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity. And this goes to Representative McKay's question, and this is, which was, is this an expansion of the footprint, or does this bring in new operators into the state to cultivate? And the answer is definitively, these second cultivation facilities are only for the existing ATCs. Alternative treatment centers is a defined term in the rule. There's no possible way under this amendment or this bill and the structure of 126 at large that an outside entity could avail themselves of this law to expand their footprint here. This is only ATCs. It's a defined term in the law. So I just wanted to clarify that open question that you raised. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
Okay, again, no one else has signed up to testify on HB 301. Does anyone else wish to testify? Seeing no one, I am going to close the public hearing on HB 301. We have about 5 minutes before we will hear our final bill of the day, which is HB 54-FN. We'll be in recess for a few minutes.
I'm going to head, yeah.
Okay, it is 1:45. Actually, it's about 1:47. And I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 54FN and recognize the prime sponsor, who is no stranger to this committee, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Hi, everyone. For the record, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Thomas, and I just want to let you know that I am going to be introducing another bill on another topic in another committee at 2 o'clock. So I may have to testify and then run. But there's others that are going to testify that will take up the cause. Again, my name is Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce HB 54, which is an act allowing alternative treatment centers to operate for profit. From a policy perspective, this bill is pretty simple. If HB 54 becomes law, HTCs could convert from their current nonprofit structure and become either a domestic business corporation or a limited liability corporation. A company. Their plan of conversion would be subject to approval by their nonprofit board of directors. The purpose of HB 54 is to enable ATCs to operate and access capital more like traditional businesses, which should result in them being able to offer lower prices and provide better services for patients. I believe representatives from the ATCs are here, and they can speak much better than I can to the specific challenges and costs that have been associated with the requirement that they be organized as nonprofits, despite not being recognized as nonprofits by the IRS. This issue before us today is not new. In fact, the House and Senate have passed similar legislation with strong bipartisan support on multiple occasions, and 2 previous bills on this subject have come very close to becoming law. In 2019, the House and Senate passed Senate Bill 145, but it was vetoed by the governor. The override effort fell 1 vote short in the Senate. In 2022, the House and the Senate passed SB 38, but it was once again vetoed by the governor. The Senate voted 19-5 to override the veto, but the effort fell short 1 vote in the House. Additionally, many other states initially required nonprofit status for medical cannabis businesses, but nearly all have removed this requirement, including our 3 neighboring states. Vermont included a nonprofit requirement when it added dispensaries to its medical cannabis law in 2011. This requirement was eliminated in 2017. Maine started off as nonprofit in 2009, and it was eliminated in 2018. Massachusetts started as nonprofit in 2012, and the requirement was eliminated in 2017. This is important because neighboring states are currently served by hundreds of for-profit cannabis businesses, which are competing to serve patients and adult consumers, including residents of New Hampshire. If we want our ATCs to be set up for success in this regional market, and if we want to keep our New Hampshire patients shopping here at the dispensaries in our state, we need to make this change so that we can at least somewhat level the playing field. And lastly, I would just like to make the point that I have received feedback on this bill, and there seems to be a little bit of confusion. Going from nonprofit to for-profit does not mean you have to price gouge your product and make as much profit as possible. It means it's a different marketing strategy, and it enables you to have different kind of financing and funding. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. What did you say the previous bills that had been vetoed, what their numbers were?
Sure. In 2019, it was SB 145. And in
SB
145.
Okay.
And in 2022, it was SB 38.
SB 38. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Nathan?
Thank you for, Mr. Chairman, thanks for taking my question. So nothing would change about the funding mandate, that the system would still have to be self-sufficient, but it would dramatically increase the options that the centers would have for funding themselves.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Other Representative Lamontagne?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Can you think of any other medical practices or services or pharmacies that are required to be nonprofit?
I don't know if I'm the definitive answer on this, but no.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Sue Homola from Sam, New Hampshire. I'm still mispronouncing your name, aren't I?
Oh, that's okay. That's fine by me. So thank you again, Sue Homola, Sam, New Hampshire. I recognize that I may appear to many today as Dr. No, just no. And I'm not trying to be Dr. No, but I am trying to bring up information that needs to be considered, because oftentimes legislation gets passed and the unintended consequences do not get considered. When the medical marijuana program was enacted, it was with the intention that the ATCs have nonprofit restrictions for a variety of reasons, and one of them was to ensure that our citizens, that that marijuana nonprofit influence did not flood into our state. Our current ATCs must operate within the confines of nonprofit for this reason. The fact that they can't take advantage of a tax benefit from being a nonprofit because they are selling a federally illegal Schedule I drug is the conundrum of our state's own making, and exactly what the state signed on for when we created the therapeutic cannabis program. This was the trade-off to ensure that New Hampshire keeps some sort of lid on the negative effects of what happens in other states and what has happened in other states when the marijuana lobby dollars get in bed with state house policy. In a for-profit environment, those who invest in a medical marijuana business expect financial growth in return. They expect it. If the responsible public safety safeguards and compassionate care for medical marijuana users is the actual goal of legislators and our Therapeutic Cannabis Board, then it will ensure that ATCs remain nonprofit. One of the questions that I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. You had a question about what other medical places are for profit and what are nonprofit, required to be nonprofit. I'm not sure if anyone, all we have to do is step back and look, what are some of the issues that people are actually having with today's current U.S. healthcare system, the for-profit? At one time, they're villains, and then with medical marijuana, they're not villains. I'm not calling anyone a villain or not. I'm just saying that we have healthcare companies for profit seem to be a problem. Some of the hospitals, hospital administrations, when they go for profit, seem to be a problem. There's a hypocrisy to the conversations we have about for-profit and nonprofit. We intentionally made the state of New Hampshire's medical marijuana program to be such as to keep a lid on some of these negative consequences that's happened, even though I understand the issues we have with Maine and Massachusetts and Vermont. But actually, if you look a little closer to those, those things are going off the rails. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Mike McLaughlin from Sanctuary ATC.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mike McLaughlin. I represent Sanctuary ATC. I had forwarded to the committee electronically a memo on this bill. I call this bill my full employment bill because I've been working on it since 2019. And the history of the bill is that the House and Senate have passed this bill every time it's come before them. And the reason they passed this bill is because, again, the number one complaint of therapeutic cannabis patients is price. The not-for-profits designation of the ATCs, if you look back in the history of why and how the bill was passed, it's hard to find the reason. It's almost like having a car and having to walk around it 3 times before you can get it started. There's no benefit for the not-for-profit status to the ATCs or to the patients. There's no exemption on property tax. There's no exemption on anything that a for-profit corporation gets in New Hampshire is unavailable to the ATCs. All it does is add cost, and it adds inability to raise capital. They can't sell stock. They can't. The only reason way they get money is through grants, which they can't get from it. Nobody gives them a grant. So if you think back, on the historical perspective, the 2019, 2020, 2022 legislatures all said this is a good idea. It's interesting if you look at the veto override. I think it was Senate Bill 38, where the Senate voted 19-5 to override the veto. The House veto House override was actually one of those mathematical anomalies where it's 2/3 and not 66%. Because if you look at the numbers I gave you, I think I laid it out, that it came out to be, I think, 65.999% or whatever it was, where they missed by 0.001% to be 2/3. So it is not a novel idea. It's something that we've looked at for almost 6 years and said, what benefit is anybody getting? The patients get no benefit. The states get no benefit. The only thing it does is create this artificial not-for-profit. It's not a not-for-profit. They make money. If they are turned into a for-profit, we had projections several years ago that the price would drop 10% because the cost of capital, when you lend money to a company or you sell stock, the expectation is to make profit, but you don't have to pay it back. Right? It's an investment. So there are no investments. They have been lucky enough in New Hampshire to have operators who had enough money to be able to create the businesses. But this won't expand anything. It's not a novel idea. I've given you the history about it. It will do no harm. It will only create an opportunity to lower the prices and improve the whole operations.
Representative Weber.
Thank you very much. And my apologies, I'm a little behind on my bill reading, so I haven't actually gone all the way through this one. Could you explain to me if there is anything, and I think that the concern that people have with thinking, oh, not for-profit corporations, stock, shareholders, profits, profits that get to go outside of the entity. Are there parts of this legislation as proposed today that ensure that that's not going to happen? Or, I think that the people who are opposed have a real issue in their heads and about, oh my gosh, this is suddenly going to become a profit center that is going to allow profit to be taken out of the business, and therefore it may not lower costs. And I understand that that's not the intent currently, but I want to know, is there anything in here that prevents that from happening?
Well, in the body of the bill, which has been in the body of the bill for the last 6 years, is a prohibition against selling to out-of-state foreign corporations. So if an ATC in New Hampshire is going to raise money via selling the stock, if they incorporated themselves, they would not be able to sell shares to outside foreign corporations. A foreign corporation means simply a corporation that's not registered in New Hampshire. I think if the bill came in and said, can we operate as a normal business, there'd be less issue, because if you see the word for-profit, there's a lot of for-profit companies that lose money. I mean, it's just
quite understood.
It's just a designation that says I can operate as a normal business. I don't have to create some mythical management structure that doesn't, is getting compensated as opposed to a regular corporation. It's and again, the price issue. If you have the opportunity to do more business by lowering your price, that's what you're going to do. And right now, the biggest complaint is patients say, I can't afford it. So if you can get your 2 or 4 ounces, but the next week you've got no money left. So the idea is, as Matt said earlier, Granite Leaf has the ability to grow more product, but they can't sell it because it's very it's expensive. And so there's no nefarious idea here to create an out-of-state marijuana giant buying in. We don't do enough business to create any great interest from out-of-state mega marijuana. And I think as a thought that is pervasive today, the marijuana golden goose has shrunk dramatically. Prices have dropped over the country dramatically. So the thought of Canada Cannabis or one of the big companies saying, oh, I can get into New Hampshire. Well, they couldn't get in anyway for 3 years minimum. But there's no dramatic profit available. We only have 13,000 patients. So it's something that I wish the bill said, can we operate as a normal business?
Thank you.
Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think it's wonderful that as imperfect as our system is in New Hampshire, and having been involved with it since the beginning, I understand why it was created the way it is, but as imperfect as it is, I'm concerned about the long-term viability if the current system stays the same. In other words, the way the nonprofit element, I mean, can you give me a crystal ball and tell me, can you guys stay in business going forward if we don't make changes like this?
No, you'll continue to have a program that can't achieve its ultimate productivity or its ultimate goals. And it is a dramatic hamstring to not be able to go out and find a capital investor. Because a capital investor is going to say, okay, I'm going to wait for my return and see how it goes. And again, we're under capacity, and a lot of people don't. Go ahead.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Are you in danger of going belly up?
I can only speak for our guys, and we are in Plymouth and in Conway. Conway, we get eaten alive across the border in Freiburg. So you can have medical marijuana patients in New Hampshire who get their card, go to a clinic for a while, and then they start searching for an alternative. And you go to Maine, you're going to get some products that haven't been tested. And you got no idea what you're getting at some point in time. So would they go belly up? I couldn't say that today, but I can say one thing. They're not going to look for expanding Conway until they get an opportunity to be able to compete. Same thing with the Temescal, which is in Dover. I mean, they're close to me. We've got clinics close to Massachusetts. If everybody in the business was not-for-profit, it would be equal playing field. That we have the only not-for-profit medical marijuana system in the country. I guess there's one still in Arizona, but it's just like, again, it's been a long time coming. The legislatures have always agreed, let's let it go where it's going and go get the profit system going. But, and again, if it becomes a total cash grab, I mean, the Department of HHS can come in and say, let's put it back. But right now, these guys aren't thriving.
Thank you.
Representative Weber.
So that leads me to another question, which is, they're not thriving. There's a very limited market in New Hampshire, which is, there's excess capacity which is not being utilized, or excess space, maybe not excess capacity. So how is it that an investor is going to rush in to invest in this business? Because surely they want their money back and they want to make a profit of some kind, which is not unreasonable. The only thing I'm concerned about going forward is unreasonable profits, but I'm hearing two different narratives here, and I wonder if you can justify those to me.
Well, let me give you the first narrative. I'm ATCX. I need $100,000. I can't sell stock, so I borrowed from Mrs. Smith. He wants 8%. My investor says, I don't want 8%. I want to participate in the profits of the business as it goes. So when you're stuck only being able to borrow money, your cost of operations are dramatically impacted. So to be able to go for a for-profit, I could get an investor versus a loan. The loan is always going to cost you more money. And the way interest rates are today, it's probably going to be 8 or 9%. Plus the fact you can't borrow from a bank. So you're going to have to go to a private investor. That might be 15%. And so that there's no abilities to get capital at a reasonable cost, meaning capital, I give you $100,000. I say, okay, next year, what do we have to split up? As opposed to every month, I'm owed $6,000. So it's the hamstring of a business by not having the ability to get capital is what kills it. And again, should they become, I don't have the crystal ball, but the untapped capabilities are because they don't have the money to do it.
Other questions? Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up, all my patients go to Maine or Massachusetts. So my question is do we really have a limited market, or is it artificially limited because of the price here?
I'm with you on that completely. If we had a for-profit system and a price that was attractive, there'd be more people. I mean, just like I represent bingo clients, and the people go looking for the biggest jackpot. In this business, they go looking for the best price. Again, the therapeutic cannabis products that you can offer are limited by the amount of money you can spend, because you'll say, I've got 12 products, 8 sell good, 4 don't. You get rid of the 4 because I can't afford to keep producing them. So your product offerings are going to suffer because of your lack of investment capital. Again, I would only say, look at the note I put together, which gives the history. Again, this is, obviously I'm an advocate for it, but it's not an earth-shaking idea. Can we operate as a normal domestic corporation or normal domestic LLC? I don't see, I think that's the answer. The answer is yes to that, and it has been for the last 6 years.
Other questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you. Also signed up to testify is Matt Simon from Granite Leaf Cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last time, for the record, Matt Simon, Granite Leaf Cannabis. And we do support the bill. I'm not a business guy. I've worked for nonprofits in the advocacy space for the last 18 years. I've been working for Granite Leaf for the last 3.5 years, so I've got a taste in that time over what a lot of this law and the rules has meant on the ground. But going back to 2009 to 2013, I was advocating for the medical cannabis law, which included this nonprofit requirement. Why did we include the nonprofit requirement? I think it's worth spending just a minute to answer that. The goals of that bill, first and foremost, it was to protect patients from arrest, because cannabis possession was still a crime in New Hampshire. We would have done, as advocates, anything and compromised just about any other aspect of the policy to get patients their cards so they could be protected from arrest. That was by far the most important thing to people who were testifying in this committee. I think it was the most important thing to the members of the committee back then. The other aspect was establishing safe legal access to cannabis, which we attempted to do through home grow in a couple of bills. Those were rejected. The bill we ultimately ended up passing kept home grow a crime and created these nonprofit dispensaries. At the same time, we were advocating for protecting patients from arrest and safe legal access. Our opponents were fixated mostly on one talking point, and it was, this isn't actually about helping patients. This is an effort to create the next big marijuana or the next big tobacco. That was the tagline of an organization. You've actually heard from their in-state affiliate a few times today. Project SAM is the name of the national organization, and they popularized this talking point. It's about creating the next big tobacco. It's not about helping sick people. So, long story short, it passed, and we were all going to see how it worked out. And now we've seen how it worked out. It's worked out very expensively for the ATCs and for the patients of New Hampshire. And state by state, I found 10 states that had required nonprofit status initially. Arizona is the only one I can find that still has it on the books, and they've created a workaround. So basically, the states all realized that this was costing the companies more, that were trying to provide access to patients, and one by one, they eliminated those requirements. Want to also comment on the loan issue, because what we have found, and I have this from our CEO, if you want to get into the weeds on these things, we would be happy to talk to you for hours, really as much detail as you want, but I'm trying to keep it as high level as possible. It's hard to get a loan too. It's not just capital. When we go to get a loan, they want collateral for the loan. We don't own anything. We're a nonprofit. So that right there, even the loans we can get, if we can get them, are at exorbitant rates. This is just something that has added costs at every level of the business from startup to present. It continues to add costs, and it will continue to add costs until it's changed. If nonprofits are the best way to make important goods available affordably to the population, I'd suggest that we would have nonprofit grocery stores, we would have nonprofit box stores, we would have nonprofit manufacturing companies. Instead, we feel like a unicorn. Like we're a company that manufactures and sells products, but we're not allowed to operate like a normal business. And we have to find a workaround for literally everything. And all of those workarounds are expensive. So I'll stop there. Happy to get in the weeds if you like.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank the committee.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 54FN. Does anyone wish to testify? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 54FN. That concludes the hearings for today. We will be back here tomorrow morning with more hearings, more bills to be heard. Have a good evening, everybody, and we stand adjourned.